Perfect. Perfect. What is going on, everybody? How are we doing? It is stream night, football night in, I don't know, Texas, I guess. Let me pull up. Let's go with this look right here. Let's get the Washington. What is Florida man doing up there? I appreciate your tip, Florida man. I don't think I intended for that to sit there, so I'm going to bring it down here. I guess that's like the latest tip or something like that. Let me see here. There's all kinds of things that we're going to talk about. This honestly is going to be a really fun stream. Which of them aren't, right? But in my opinion, this stream is going to have a lot of juice to it because there's a bunch of stuff we get to talk about, and I think all of it's cool. Now, what gets really interesting is I hope everybody's ready to put their tinfoil hats on a little bit. Jason, if you haven't, first of all, I got good news for you. Number 97 has himself another very, 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 very solid game, especially in run defense. Yes, Quinn. Yes, that's what I'm talking about with your month anniversary. But so let's see. First, yeah, Scott, if you're or Joe, is it is it Mooney or is it Scott? I thought it was Mooney. But so anyways, the main thing I'm looking at, Michael, that I think is so interesting, Donald, everybody in here, what you're going to eat up is that I believe the most interesting story thread in this game. So, you know me. I love me some West Coast quarterbacking. I love me some quick release, get the ball out, minimize your sacks insofar as you can, because the longer that I watch football, the more I realize that your most dangerous moment to throw the football is within the structure of the play. You'll get some Mahomes plays. You'll get, especially right now, right? This may be a recent change, to be honest with you guys. Just talking here at the top of the drop before we get into like the tape. But right now, with this shift towards too high, match quarters, and heavy cover 3, cover 4, it feels as if working underneath, working in the flat, playing yak ball, Purdy stuff, right? Like Shanahan offense, it's hitting the NFL at the right time, because the Staley defense isn't built to really stop the Shanahan offense, so to speak. And so the further that these defenses push guys backwards is like, or the further defenses push defenders backwards, the more it opens up a bunch of stuff in the flat for guys like Tyson Bagent to play outstandingly efficient football. That being said, I think the most interesting piece of this game is that Justin Fields, we've been grilling him for making what I thought were pretty simple mistakes. Year 2 of the offense, year 3 in the NFL. Why are your eyes here? Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? Why aren't we throwing this ball? We're staring right at him. Why aren't we throwing this ball? And then Tyson Bagent, sure, it's his 3rd start ever. Sure, it's his 2nd start on the road. All kinds of excuses and context that should be applied because he's a UDFA rookie and he's massively overperforming and he is flying by the seat of his pants, and we love him for it. But Tyson Bagent is making a lot of the same mistakes that we grilled Justin Fields for. And that begs the question, how much of this is coaching? And I'm not trying to go too nuts because this is stuff we kind of already knew. This has never been an outstandingly pro-Getsy stream. I think everybody generally knows that. But it becomes way more interesting as a topic, I think, when we look at this Bears offense and we say, what are they coaching these quarterbacks? Like, how are they teaching some of these? Sure, there's still pieces of Fields' game that I would personally continue to be frustrated about, especially if we see it going forward. But a game like Sunday gets so much more interesting because the coaching choices that made this game turn out the way that it did, like, Bagent actually performed pretty doggone well, especially in the first half. But man, what we ended up getting on these interceptions, a couple of the other plays that we passed up further downfield, they were very reminiscent of the very things I've complained about with Justin Fields. And it just begs the question, whose fault is what? And I think that that's an incredibly interesting question and one that I want to go over. So I'm going to get the what are we discussing updated as we do. Pop your stuff inside the or like into the chat, and then let's just start digging in because we've got a bunch of really cool analysis, I think, to go through. Support the channel if you get the chance. Quinn, I really appreciate your superstar. Thank you. I think that stuff rules. I love YouTube's little widgets and everything that they got going on in here. We'll talk some Bears defense later, especially if we end up with the time. It's a short week, so this is always going to be kind of a funny, like, you just got to go really fast, right? And so we'll review this. I got to bear with us that me and Nick just taped. Really excited about it. We bring it. I hope you guys have been enjoying the podcast. It's been fun for us. I think Nick pushes back on me really well. And I think I get the chance to push back on Nick really well while keeping a conversation really informed, positive, and upbeat about the Bears. But so that's all like more window dressing stuff. Joe, it is really interesting. Ben, you too, because you guys both mentioned the same thing. Here's what I thought is funny. So actually, let's just talk about this. Right? So let's go back to let's start on Bagent's second interception, and then we'll go to his third interception, right? Because I think both of them will show you a different Bagent than you thought you saw, if that makes sense. Let's see here. Is this the pick? It is. Okay, so here's the play live, and then let's talk about what I think I see on this play, right? And granted, I'm not inside the Bears playbook. So we think we see, right, a ball that floats over the middle, and then it gets picked off, and we're thinking, oh man, if this ball is just a little further over, it's not a pick. I'll tell you what else I think. If Bagent throws this thing any earlier, if he comes off his first read, which seems like it's to Velus Jones, and gets to Mooney's slant, Mooney's already broken. Mooney is wide open right now. And if we're off that read sooner, this throw is much safer if we throw it now. But instead we hesitate just a little bit. And the arm strength issue magnifies the problem. Because if we have Justin Herbert's gun, right? Like if we've got a cannon, sure, we can just blow this ball straight through Darnell Mooney's shoulder pads and he'll be all right, right? But instead, because we're Tyson Bagent, it's not. So Joe, to use your example, I don't think we need Bagent to be an arm strength god, but he has to play on time. If anything, he might have to play a little early. The window's there. This is the right read. Can anybody dispute that Darnell Mooney is exactly as open as we want him to be? But in the NFL, throws have to be more competitive. And remember, all we really care about, it's kind of like safety play. If you followed this channel for a while, do you really care about a safety's athleticism? Well, you only care about a safety's athleticism insofar as they aren't reactive. If they're very reactive, if they can react really quickly, then your athleticism or speed matters a little less. Ejax gets gets about a half second head start on the majority of safeties in the NFL. Compared to Tyson Bagent, for instance, if he plays on time, if early, he's honestly going to, like, Brock Purdy's arm and Tyson Bagent's arm are more comparable than I think people would think they are. I don't know if they're exactly the same. I'm not trying to speak to like extraordinarily in-depth analysis, but we watched like 5 Purdy games last year because I think I was just kind of into watching the San Fran the San Fran weapons. And it's not like his arm was wicked. He would just throw it sooner. But also, tell me with a straight face, that you think that Velus Jones runs the right route. Because he takes a look over here and I don't think he rotates Ben, but maybe Bagent thought he saw cover 2, right? It looks to me like it's cover 3. And having the wide angle, it looks to me like it was cover 3 the whole way. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't potentially thinking that he might be looking at a rotation and that when this corner or safety held his depth, that he might sit there, right? But Velus, so they've got DJ Moore on a little under route right here. And call me nuts, it looks to me like Velus is supposed to run a curl. And then instead, I mean, in the world of you can't make this up, and you guys know me, I've been more than fair to Velus Jones. But you look at a play like this and you see shades of Cordero Patterson from a while ago, where the curl was there. If Bagent's looking at this wanting a curl, it's there. Instead, Valus is going to try to run past the guy, but he's also, oh my gosh, it's not Valus Jones, it's Deontay Foreman. What are we doing? Oh my gosh, I assumed this was Valus Jones because that's the only thing that would have made sense. Holy smokes, I got the numbers backwards. That's Foreman. Why is Foreman the first read? Why is he running a go? Why do we have DJ Moore inside of Deontay Foreman for Deontay Foreman to run a go? Like, does this... Am I some kid sitting at home just to criticize this? This doesn't make any sense. At least Valus on a curl go has some validity, right? But like, what? And exactly, Grant. Like, my favorite is Foreman hitting the big mailbox saying, "Bro, I'm open. I'm open, baby." And he is not open. And that's the thing. Okay, so I've been doing this for like 4 years. I'm trying to learn. I'm not about to pretend that I know more than Kyle Sloter or Kurt Benkert or Chase Daniel or now it's Drew Brees, right? But am I nuts for seeing some of these Chase Daniel breakdowns? And I think we get good information from Chase Daniel. I think Chase Daniel is so quarterback friendly sometimes that you get what I'm saying? Like, if I could point the finger a little bit, like at myself, it's that there are plenty of times where I have no idea what I'm talking about. We're watching the film together. If I'm wrong, somebody in the comments says so, I am absolutely here to at least defend what I think I'm seeing, right? And you get to make the decision for yourself. But to me, Mooney breaks so early that I would imagine we want to hit this window a little fiercer. We want Bagent to take a look. He says, all right, he's holding it. Or like, if the corner's going to sit there, I like what I'm looking at. And then we're going to go to the back of our drop. No, we're just going to say no right here. He's hunting whatever we're hunting on. And we have Deontay Foreman. We're not going to take this read seriously. And then we're going to flip straight back to Mooney, which we do. And we're just going to throw it. And we're going to get this ball to Mooney as he clears the backer. We're just a little behind. In my opinion, we're a little behind. And maybe and you could definitely say that like, if Bagent is going to throw it just a little behind, then we could throw it a little further for sure. We could lead Mooney more. But I also think that better timing makes the exact same placement not a problem. I mean, you can literally feel, can't you, that the natural timing of Mooney's route, Mooney has to decelerate right here. Like, he has to slow down and stop for it, right? And so once he does, that lets the DB back into the play, and there you go, right? Like, it is so funny how even in the NFL, you look at all this space is not that much space. You have a tiny window right here that he's not going to be able to interfere with, and that this safety can't close on. Tiny little window. And when we aren't ahead of schedule and we don't have crazy velocity, we can get in trouble. Is this a Bagent problem? A little bit. But also, while we do have an open receiver, what are we teaching the quarterback, right? Frankly, quick question. Why does Bagent have to check Foreman at all? What's he looking for? Like, couldn't you argue that he could just keep his eyes middle of the field and then hit Mooney free and easy if he likes the read enough to come back to it? What is he looking for over here? Is he looking for the defender to come down in the flat? Maybe, but Foreman instead of Moore? Or is Moore who we're looking at and then we see 91? Like, because that's not impossible that we're looking and we see more curls, they're sitting on it, let's go back to Mooney. But you get what I'm saying, that the players don't make the plays. But when Luke Getsy sits at the podium and says, well, I mean, if the players execute, the offense would look better. Come on. I can't help but look at this and think, are we giving too much Are we asking too much of a rookie UDFA? I understand that he did a lot, or that he threw a lot of balls in D2, but aren't we aren't we like putting a little too much maybe on the UDFA that we want him to lead this dynamic multi-read passing attack given 5 real weeks of prep with the offense? That's including his backup days. Even less if you only want to count, let me see, lead up to week 4 into week 5, lead up to yeah, anyways. And you're totally right, Ben. Super impressive by the safety. It's a good Saints defense. He gets in, but it's funky to me watching this football game because plenty of these interceptions are just poor plays, for sure. But plenty of the poor plays, you sit there wondering, okay, what did we think was going to happen? But you look at plays, no, not like this one. Though this one's sick. Like, I'll tell you what, if this is the Cole Kmet we get for the rest of Cole's career, I'm going to switch sides on him. Like, can we be so honest? Cole Kmet catching this with all this kind of space, with exactly this many lines to gain, or like this much line to gain, Cole Kmet that we know gets tackled by the first guy. Like, Cole Kmet makes I don't want to call it a hard cut, but a big cut, gets down, shucks the man, and picks up a truly critical 2-yard difference to collect a first down here. I know it's so simplistic to talk about this, but in a game where every inch matters, Cole Kmet was inch perfect for the majority of the day. And it was awesome. Like, here was third and 9. Yeah, it's like 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10. And the Bears are running just like a double dig with basically like a clear out, and yet nobody's open, right? Check down is absolutely the right read. Absolutely the right read. And kudos to Cole, because a player's got to make a play here. And Cole got his contract and said, all right, I think I'm gonna be that dude. And man, he just didn't put a foot wrong nearly all day. Like, there are some tough run blocks that you could argue he didn't make, but as a pass catching weapon, I thought he was awesome. And by the way, just in the world of talking sequels, so Tevin Jenkins, big check mark. Darnell Wright, oh man, I screwed this up. Tevin Jenkins, check mark. Darnell Wright, I'm going to give him a check mark, but man, he still can't use his left arm. Lucas Patrick, unfortunate. Cody Whitehair, unfortunate. Braxton Jones, keep your eye out. To me, he's a no grade because it was exactly as good as it was bad, in my opinion. But to Michael Dodson's point, when I look at Braxton in the future, I see more plays like this. What is your boy trying to make the argument for? Not that Braxton Jones is Joe Alt, but instead that the Bears can build an offense that focuses on 3 to 4 weapons while continuing to supply Braxton a chip on key downs. Can Braxton handle Carl Granderson like when he gets a chip? Very easily. Very easily. And what is more worth it? This is an honest question. Like, what is more worth it? Taking Braxton Jones away and adding, like, let's go Olu, right? Olu. Or having DJ Moore. Let's go with DJ Moore. Let's go with either Marvin Harrison Jr. or Keon Coleman, depending on where their draft pick is. And also like Cole Kmet, so he's in there. And then any wide receiver 3 you want. If you want Tyler Scott, great. If you want to re-sign Mooney, great. If you want a free agent to go with them, great. But you could go with those 4, and you could have a quite varied passing attack that is built off of 4 receiver sets. That's a lot. And go empty now and again if you want to. And that's not to say Braxton super sucks. It's more to say that in key passing downs, while I would love to attack with 5, the NFL gets away a lot with at least chipping 1 edge rusher. And the more they target Braxton Jones, the more I look at this and I say, yeah, it's going to be a talent disadvantage sometimes. But when they line up Rashawn Gary on the right side, I'm going to expect long-term Darnell Wright to protect that edge. When they line Rashad Gary up on this side over here, I can chip him with the running back or something like that. I can chip him with Cole Kmet, and we can get value out of an exceptional pair of receivers plus a little bit more ammunition. But anyways, you watch the line, and it's just really interesting, I think, watching the tackle Braxton Jones. This wasn't a banner day for him, but it was a reminder that even on his not amazing days, is a drastic upgrade over Larry Borum. much more competitive than Larry Borum. You're going to take some penalties because his arms are the length of a pair of anacondas, right? Like when he's beat, he's going to hold. And you want him to hold because he's going to get away with it 85% of the time. But it's more a kusai to this idea of if right now I was super duper organized, I would immediately pop to Laramie Tunsil tape. I would immediately pop to, Andrew Thomas tape, and we would watch really, really exceptional left tackle play. And what you'd see is a pretty marked difference between the way Braxton Jones pass protects and the way that an elite left tackle pass protects. But the drop-off isn't as severe as the drop-off from, again, like same guy, Laramie Tunsil, down to Mike McGlinchey, who's not a left tackle. So if you want to go with that, you could go with Jawan Taylor. You could go with, I don't know, Orlando Brown if you wanted to. But like they're in a similar category. The difference is Braxton's not that heavily paid. But so while Brax is cheap, he has just a ton of value. Just a ton of value. But it's a whole separate conversation. Because that's the thing. Like you're saying, Ben, Braxton is like stealing a starter. Even if you have to support him a little bit. Man, Trent Taylor just gets folded by this backer. Bummer. Keep an eye out right here. And yeah, I'm glad you said that, Jordan, because I have not seen near enough people give Carl Granderson the love that this guy deserves. Number 96 was a terror, regardless of who was across from him. Braxton had a real tough time kicking him out, and I am not surprised. That is a big, big man. A big, big man. Big, big man. So let me see. This play was hilarious because all I hear guys talk about, and by guys, I mean former quarterbacks in the NFL, is that a bad snap can absolutely ruin your timing. And I mean, you can't make this one up. You saw it on the broadcast, right? Like, snap, the ball just rolls and bounces to Bagent. And the first window is probably there to Scott, but Bagent passing on it, to me, says that he's just not settled. So then he looks back for DJ Moore. You could argue this is open, but he just threw a ball like this and it got picked. And you know he's sitting there thinking, there's no way I can throw that again. If anything, you could make a real case that Tyson Bagent's mistakes started to compound themselves because once he started throwing picks, he got that much less willing to test windows. And that did not help him out. Now, one other guy I want to point out because I need to give him some credit, all kinds of credit. So first of all, let's go two guys I want you to watch on this play because this is a long pass protection rep. First, let's watch Darnell Wright and you'll see what I'm talking about, right? I'm not saying this to dance on Wright or like to make some grander point. Wright is doing everything he can with this left hand more or less tied behind his back. Shoulders, arm, feet, hips. He's using everything he can other than that left arm to stop guys. Because when 94 goes inside, there's just not much he's going to do about it. There's just not much he's going to do about it. Now, on this play in particular, he doesn't know if the play is over, to be honest, though he hasn't heard a whistle, and I get that. But now I want you to back up so that you can watch number 76 in action. Tevin Jenkins played the whole game like he was saying, I am that man, and I expect you to extend me. I love the fact that he retains his latch after the spin. It's one thing to walk back with the guy. Like, big nose tackle is going to hit you with the outside in, but he gets that left arm latch, sticks to him, gets back on the guy, keeps him well out of the play. Oh, you want to counter again? He's there. Tevin Jenkins ends still with the man, no closer to the quarterback than he was at the start of the than he was at the start of the rep. Like, I've been to the Senior Bowl a lot. Now 2 years, I guess. So enough. It's not that common for a D lineman to make no progress on a long pass rep like this, especially what is nearly a true one-on-one. But man, Tev just does a great job. Tev's feet have looked much cleaner. His boxing is awesome. His hands are strong. Like you're saying, Akusai, shout out to Braxton Jones, who gets a chip. Because that's the thing, Akusai. It's that early latch that Braxton needs just a little bit of help with, right? But the natural chip, as you'd call it, because Granderson can't really attack on the outside or he's going to bump into a bunch of guys and get chipped. So he starts inside, which puts Braxton on his feet being the best part of his game, and he's able to hit that latch. And honestly, when Braxton gets to here, he rarely loses. His issue is that it's hard to get to this spot where you get that latch, and now all you're doing is just literally holding the guy. Like, look at Braxton right now. I always think this is hilarious. This is the hug technique that Bears fans have got driven crazy by forever, right? It's just hang on to the guy's shoulder pads and anchor down and stop. But anyways, it's like we just skipped to the end of the game. It's fun. Man, I may need to post this on social media or something. Because like this is your perfect like college style rep. Just because that is right there. Is Patrick holding on for dear life? Yes. On to third down. Here's the play. And again, is it late? Is it timing? You tell me. Bears look like they're running just dagger with Mooney clearing out for Tyler Scott over the middle. Throws there. It's an NFL window. As somebody who likes Tyson Bagent enough, I'm excited he's throwing these balls. You got to test these windows. This is NFL Open. Like, that's NFL Open. We have to be throwing this. We just have to throw it better. Or we have to throw it sooner. Because when you look at when Bagent is rearing up, he's rearing up as he comes out of his break. If you were going to call this anticipation, it is the littlest A possible, right? But I would argue it's like on time, best case scenario, maybe a tiny little L late, but I'm also being really harsh on the quarterback because if I'm going to be harsh on Justin Fields, I'm going to be harsh on Tyson Bagent for the sake of fairness, but the ball's just way behind him, right? Like ball placement sprayed a little when Bagent was attacking downfield, and Tyler Scott cannot work all the way back to make the play, and it doesn't look, horrible, but then you watch from this angle and watch Scott have to fight back for it, and it's pretty clear, right? Like this one, way behind him. I'm with you, Michael, where if I was going to score it, that's exactly what I think. Maybe if he throws it sooner, then Scott literally reaches this spot sooner. But this does feel Akusai like, Ben, you said it too. We talked about this early in Bagent's Raiders game about how he's not getting his hips through his throw. And this feels to me like that's very same problem come home to roost where, all right, I'm about to go baseball guy, but like, oh my God. Let me see. Now I got to find it again. Is the play after this? Thank goodness. Not to go full baseball guy is what I was trying to say. Maybe something was trying to stop me. But you look at where Bagent's front foot is pointed, right? Like you look at the way his hips don't get all the way through. It's no real surprise that the ball comes out a little behind where he wants it to be, and it's more to 29 than it is to Tyler Scott. Now, again, if you are a Bagent guy, and right now things have gotten so nasty that this Fields first Bagent thing, I think it's still kind of weird. Like, to me, this game is a great example of why number 17 is more than likely competing more for the backup job than he is for like the starting role. I love that he's trying this window at all. Any rookie, if the Bears had Justin Fields trying this window, if Justin Fields threw this pick, I'd say the same thing, right? Like if Justin's throwing to an underneath defender that he absolutely should have seen, that's an issue. But a one-on-one matchup coming across the football field, throw the ball better. It's a really, really nice completion. Instead, it's just a miss. But that happens, right? That happens. Let's talk about a little more of the start of the game because the start of the game is pretty fun. Eric, unfortunately, I think that his first pick is his worst pick, if you ask me. Because that one's just a mechanical failure, right? Um, let's see. Let me see, Jordan, when you say hard to argue Bagent is a capable backup, do you mean hard to argue he is or hard to argue he isn't? Like, because I have seen people overreact to both, right? Where right now I keep seeing people trying to turn Bagent into the franchise savior, which is exactly what the coaches, if you ask me, that's exactly what the coaches want you to do. I've also seen people try to turn Bagent into a worthless nothing, and I'm like, no, bro, look at Clayton Tune, look at Brett Ripien, look around the league. Like, Aiden O'Connell is a great example of a good, maybe third round pick. I would argue the Bears basically stole a third round quarterback in Tyson Bagent. Like, the main thing, yeah, right. I'm right there with you, Jordan. I mean, there are going to be backups that are better, but when you've got a backup this cheap, that's the value. And we're nerds here, so we're down to talk about contract value and scouting. I mean, when you can get UDFA that's able to hold your backup spot and maybe do so relatively capably, that's a positive thing. But like you're saying, I mean, Jordan, I think it's so interesting because you mentioned 32 NFL GMs passing on him. I'm curious how many NFL GMs would pass on him after the Bears tape that he's shown. Don't overrate it. I'm not trying to freak out, but I think most NFL GMs would look back and be like, whoa, 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 whoa. He could win you a game? Well, I know a lot of quarterbacks can't do that for me, and they would just, like, at the very least, they would give him a second look, and suddenly, potentially, they'd like him a little more. It's the same thing that you see in college recruiting. I can't believe I'm going to pull this up. I mean, we all know about the Bama bump, right? Like, in college recruiting, you'll have 3 stars jump to 5-star because while they had an offer from, I don't know, Duke or something like that, suddenly Georgia offers them, and bang, now they're a 5-star guy, right? I mean, a little attention, Jordan, goes an awfully long way. And that's the thing, Zach. Like, I don't know. Like, let me see. When you say they're about to, or you mean, I can't tell if you're talking about Bagent or if you're talking about literally Tommy DeVito. But, like, that's the thing. DeVito, Tune, like, Ripien, we watched a bunch of guys start games. And DeVito didn't start last week, but you get it. Like, people were watching these quarterbacks around the league that could not do anything. Bagent can do something. He's limited. That's why he's probably not a starter, right? But to act like Bagent, that's the biggest problem here, is that you got people that are saying, well, he's not a starter, so he's worthless. Whoa, 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 whoa. And they're not using those words. I wish they were saying that. They're just saying he sucks, right? On the other side, you got people saying, ignore all the problems. He takes less sacks than Fields. Therefore, he's that guy. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. I wish we could, like, I hope we could be realistic. I hope we can be realistic. And David, I'll tell you what I think is way more valuable long-term, because that's the thing. You mentioned Bagent and Wright. So David Hunsaker mentions this. I want to talk about this. So this is option A, is Bryce Young. And then option B is Bagent, Wright. But you have to remember, David, I wish I was playing with you, but it's real. It's not just that. It's Bagent. It's Wright. It's Dexter. It's Moore. It's 2024 first. It's a 2024 fourth. It's a 2025 second. As silly as I know that sounds, because it makes it sound like it's just so obvious, that is the trade. Like, especially because Bagent is a free UDFA rookie in this case. Like, to me, the Bears trade away from Bryce Young / CJ Stroud is so lopsided because they weren't going to trade for Stroud. Like, I don't see any way that they were going to trade for CJ Stroud in this case. And that's the thing, Jordan. I mean, you may not be alone, but this happens with every single time we look at a Raiders old draft 2, where it's like all kinds of those things end up looking much worse because the scouting department picks a worse player. In Dexter's case, I still think the Bears got boxed pretty bad. If you want to get mad about it, Jordan, get mad about the fact that Ryan Poles didn't pry 39 away from Carolina, because once you didn't get 39, you didn't get a lot of these guys. Like, and you absolutely, David, I got your back. Like, to me, I am still so upbeat about the DJ Moore trade. You could argue that the DJ Moore trade is the only reason the Bears have, debatably, their only 2 real blue chippers on offense. And that's okay. I mean, they weren't ready for a rookie quarterback. I would argue next year they're much more ready if that's the direction things go. And Akusai, if Tevin Jenkins can show that he can stay healthy, I will put him in there too. But right now, I am waiting for the car to break down. Just telling you how I would be reacting if I was GM. Like, I am waiting for the hammer to fall with Tevin Jenkins. And I hope it doesn't. Because in like Tevin's case, I think the Bears, okay, so lean in with me, Bears fan. Lean in with me. I think the Bears could score a surprisingly cheap extension out of a guy like Tevin Jenkins. There's David Hunsacker's celebration. I love the membership donation stuff. Make sure you contribute. If you do contribute, I'll get straight to your question. We'll pivot to what you got anyways. Moving on. Because of Tevin's injury history, I think there's a real shot that the Bears could get him for like $8 to $9 million a year. And right now, if he showed he could play 13 games at this level, 11 games at this level, that's much closer to $14 to $18 million on the open market. Sounds ridiculous, but just remember what Teron Armstead got at tackle and then take like 80% of that, right? Like, the way Tevin Jenkins is playing, we're going to get to the film as soon as I'm done with this tangent, because I want to get better about, like, let's roll through some film as we talk about. I was about to take you one step further, Ben. The way he plays today in the Saints game is an all-pro game. Like, the way Tevin Jenkins plays this specific game is phenomenal. I'm not trying to say he never puts a foot wrong, but this is a very, very good defensive line that he's up against. That he's got some solid defensive tackles that he's going up against. And dude is just out here throwing pancakes left to right. I mean, he's delivering like an IHOP in the run game. And in the pass game, he's more than doing his job. Like, that's a guard. That's especially a Shanahan guard. Guards are your run gamers in many, 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 many offenses. And so, to me, I look at this and I think to myself, the Bears could basically buy one, get one free with Tevin Jenkins. Like, they could get him 50% off, basically, just because he didn't have the start to his career he wanted. And I would be juiced about that. But they'd have to make the decision at the end of this year, because if you give him another year to play at this level, that's going to be full market price, baby. Like, the moment he plays 4 games in 2024 at this level, but you didn't extend him this offseason, it's over. Now, Joe, good question. If you ask me, and we'll talk about this, it's because Tevin's lateral mobility, like his feet, don't move like a tackle's. Can he handle tackle? I'm going to have Jordan tell me yes. But not only are his arms relatively short, to me, it's the fact that he lunges when he's reaching for guys, and it can create some major balance problems that he doesn't have inside the phone booth that is guard. I make this comparison on the next podcast episode, so I'm going to steal from myself, Joe. But it's the difference between being a boxer and a UFC fighter, if that makes sense. The ability that you have to move in the octagon is completely different from the ability to move in a boxing ring. And Tevin fits the boxing ring, I think, much better than the octagon. To be fair, I kind of always thought he was a guard. Like, he, at guard, Oh my gosh, he looks so good. Like, Jordan, I feel like we're seeing the player that you envisioned a while ago. And holy smokes, any concerns I had uh, are just washed away by tape like this. And I try not to be hyperbolic. The whole reason that I try to be so negative when there's a negative thing to say is so that when I gush, you guys know that it's really that good. Like, if I'm excited, I don't want it to just be every week, right? But let's get to some tape. Let's watch some ball, right? Um, I hope they do draft a good. Well, maybe they will, maybe they won't. See, here we get the first play, or we get the pick. Look at this. It's funny watching this out of order. Bagent gets the look he wants on or on what is basically double slant, more or less. Like, you're going 5 wide because you want to stretch what you're thinking is going to be either a cover 3 or a cover 2 zone, right? But well, they need a couple things to go their way, Joe, but we'll get there. I could spend 6 hours with you, Joe, talking overarching like Bears stuff. Let's do a little film review and then we'll get to that because I want to let's make this thing holistic. So this looks to me like it might have a little bit of option route footwork, maybe. Just watching Darnell Mooney, it's not like he pops straight through his break, but it's a really sweet little route. And it's honestly, it's well timed up by the Bears. You can tell that they practice this play because everybody breaks on time. You don't get to say this every time, right? Like, we've got him out of his break, out of his break, out of his break, all at the same time. Bagent finds the hole. He finds the overload because you can see this defender is headed this way. This defender is stuck right here, creates an NFL passing window. Bagent hits it. Zoom. Mooney does a nice job fielding a ball just behind him, gets down for a first down. It's a good play, and it looks like Bagent's checking to it one way or another. They put a lot on Tyson Bagent in this game up front. A lot. Like, man. This is I'm not trying to say it's all bad per se, but they asked a lot of their rookie quarter. Tito, I'm not going to try. I'm so sorry. If you want to leave me a pronunciation guide, I will try. But betting man, sometimes I hit really big in the playoffs last year, lost a couple times early this year, and then DBB pregame took away my betting window every single week. And so now, right now, I'm not putting any money down. But so you mentioned Kmet more than 37, Thielen under 73, Hubbard under 45, and Young under 236 pass rush combined. So it's so funny because this Bears defense keeps picking random plays to make, right? Like, sometimes they blow up and make a play. I wouldn't expect Young, like, spoiler alert, I have the Bears beating the Panthers pretty handily. Like, I think that the Panthers are a rough matchup. Like, the other way around. I think the Bears aren't a good matchup for the Panthers because right now, especially on a team without Brian Burns, the Bears should be able to grade the road a little bit is what I would think at the very least. The biggest problem I would say that the Carolina Panthers have, you guys got to remember, this isn't a game played on Sunday, right, Ben? This is a game played on Thursday. Why is that so important? It's because the Carolina Panthers were just in a series of car crashes along with the Bears. What do the Bears want to do now that the Carolina Panthers have had less time to recover, like to recuperate after a game that they just played? Well, they want to run the snot out of the football. They want to beat the tar out of you on offense. And unfortunately for the Panthers, they're actually kind of good at it. And so if the Bears can get their run game going, I wonder if they're just going to fold the Panthers. Like, it's totally just your boy's opinion, but it's the wrong kind of game for the Panthers to show up and get and lose at the line of scrimmage. And like you're saying, Ben, that's totally possible that Young could eclipse that 236 yards if the Bears end up and the Flus just lets them pass on him. That's totally possible. And unfortunately, I love him. You guys have seen me defend him. Tyreek Stevenson plays a pretty nasty game, like in the first half. He looks sick. He looks either like he's sick or like his ankle gave him trouble because he doesn't look the same. Like, he does not look like he has throughout other games. But so if bad matchups like that are allowed to happen, you could end up also with them eclipsing like stuff eclipsing the problem. But we'll see. No, Slim. I mean sick as in He looks lethargic. Like, to me, Stevenson looked like he did, man. Stevenson looked like he had stayed up till 4 a.m. playing Street Fighter 6, is the way I phrased it. Like, I I am really interested to see how he rebounds because I've watched now 9 games of him in a Bears uniform, and in 8 of them he moved very differently. So I'm not worried, but wow, that was just something I didn't expect to see. Here's another nice NFL window that Bagent's ready for. And honestly, he gets exactly the look he could ask for. I mean, seriously, look at this. Like, Bears go quick motion. It's nothing crazy, but this shuffle along the line and a pressed up corner here, a pressed up corner here, a one safety deep. What defense are they in? What defense are they in? Right? You know, it's some variation of cover three. And if we get cover three, then the play action fake into a drop back with a quick dig post over the middle, basic, right? I give you a chef's kiss, but the joke is this is like as basic as there is in football. So quick drive starter creates all kinds of room. Look at what the play action fake does to the linebackers. Like, exactly right, Jordan. There's nothing nuanced or unique about this. I would tell you if there was, but it does. Like, this is just football. This is old school football, basically. Like, the big play action fake draws all the linebackers way up the field, creates tons of passing room. Bagent releases. Bears' best player gets the ball. The drive is moving. Makes it easy, like run action, play action. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me, Ben, if the mechanics fell apart a little bit. By the slice route, do you mean this route, Jordan? Like the one into the flat? But so, Grant, it's funny you say that. It's an in and out shake, Jordan, which I'm thankful they've got. But so that's what I thought you were saying. Man, is that really what they're thinking is the exotic part? Because they do run. This is that Yankee concept, huh? The corner and the dig on the other side. They run this all the time. Too much. I mean, it's so funny. It's so boring. Yeah, it feels that way. Especially as the offense starts to fall apart. It feels like they come loaded with basically half of a game plan. It wouldn't surprise me if they get punished for it. And that's the thing, Slim Jim. Like, don't hear anything or don't hear any, I don't know, criticism, yes and no. Like, there's still trade-offs with Fields and Bagent. But I do think one plays a little more like a, let's call it standard starter, as actually Fields, than Bagent, who plays a little more like a standard backup. The limitations that Bagent has are just hard to scheme around, right? Unless he takes a massive step forward and becomes a CJ Stroud level anticipator. And even then, I just don't know if we're ever going to see Tyson Bagent hitting a crossfield like bomb at the sidelines. I'm not saying he can't. He's a way better quarterback than I am. It's more to say that that have we seen proof he can do it? I don't know, right? But so anyways, moving on a little bit. Bears are going to call, you guessed it, a tight end screen. Third play of the game. I'm just saying, to Jordan's point, I'm going to steal your words, Jordan. Calling dragon on this side of the field with a tight end screen is about as you're thinking you're being creative, but high school teams will do this. Like, this is pretty basic stuff. The Saints get ready, or the Saints are ready for it. I think they're ready on accident. I think they had a blitz, and this linebacker basically solved the puzzle in the middle of the play. But he reads it very quickly. There's nowhere for Bagent to go. He's just going to have to junk the ball. I'm not surprised, Sushil. And let me know every time we get somewhere that JT lost his mind. But this was one of those like, man, iceberg. We don't know if Fields is starting against the Panthers. And I mean, we really don't know. we really don't know. In fact, I think that they've been putting him on limited practice to quote unquote try to give the Panthers more to prep for. But that's just my take on what I think they're doing. The backside slant. You mean the one to Moore? Like, because I would have considered this the front side. I guess based on the way he's reading it, but I get what you mean, that this would be considered the front side because it's where the strength is. Um, I agree with you, Jordan, but I see guys do this all the time in the Bears offense where they look like they've got a throwing option on one of these screens, but they never take it. And again, there's a corollary between what we see with Fields and what we see with Bagent, but neither of them take it. And if I'm going to complain about it with Fields, then I'm going to take that criticism that I have applied to Fields and say, well, if Bagent's doing it too, maybe they're coached to. Or maybe one way or another, the coaches aren't giving the quarterbacks what they need to be confident with what they're seeing downfield. That's just as likely that the Bears aren't getting enough reps on whatever, or like enough quality reps in whatever method they're, or like in whatever practice they're going through to be confident at what these reads are downfield. That's always an option. Keep your eye on number 76 on this play. You've probably seen this all over Twitter if you're on Twitter. If you haven't, just sit back and smile at Tevin Jenkins taking 93 to the ground. Yes, you're going to get to watch it again. Like, oh man, rockets out of his stance, full latch, overpowers him, back heel, dunk on the, or dumps him onto the ground. Oh, is that pretty or what? Like, Damo, don't look at Patrick. Everybody, Damo, so many Bears fans don't look at Tevin. They're looking at Patrick. We got to stop looking at the negative thing, or we're just going to get so sad. I think I would love to see Kmet hold a better block, but I mean, he just traditionally doesn't, right? I like Kmet. I have really liked a lot of what Kmet has brought, but he's not Mercedes Lewis. He is the lowest level of run blocking you need to be to qualify as a wide tight end, in my opinion. He gets overpowered by bigger dudes, but hey, if it's making him better as a pass catcher, I don't really care. Now, to point out Lucas Patrick is going to step on, I think, 93's foot. Yeah, he trips right there. You could see the feet collide, but still, it is such a Lucas Patrick moment for him to immediately lose his balance and just spill. Like, oh, totally, Ben. But more than anything, Jordan, I see the Patrick hate as like an optics thing. Everybody always picks a scapegoat player. Patrick hasn't been phenomenal by any stretch of the imagination, but he just eats it on that play. Then you get 3rd and 2. Next play afterwards, what do we got defensively? Sure looks like it's cover 3 again, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to run the ball on this play just because it is 3rd and 2. Or is this? Yeah, okay. So they're going to run the ball. Foreman's going to smash straight down the middle. I feel like we're thinking too hard on a play like this. Like, I don't really understand. Maybe I'm just not an offensive football genius. But it does feel kind of weird to have this formation, right? You're in 11 personnel. You got Scott out here, but you didn't actually motion into this, right? Like, I would have expected that you would have Cole Kmet nubbed up right here, and then you'd have Tyler Scott out wide, and you'd motion Scott into the backfield if you really wanted to run from this formation, right? But instead, we're just going to put Tyler Scott in Kari Blazingame's position, despite him being here. Let's just get a quick fact check. If I didn't pick the spider chart, it wouldn't be this channel. Yeah. Okay. So we're feeling good. We're feeling good at this point. But hang on. Let me just quickly see if I can't get him compared to, let's see, skill position. Let's go ball carrier. Let's go running back. Let's go fullback. Okay. So how do we think that he stacks up to on weight compared to most fullbacks? Would you believe it? He's in the 0th percentile at this point. So, hey, on the bright side, Tyler Scott is faster than almost every single football, or like every single fullback in ball. So you got that, right? But I don't really understand, former running back or not, pivoting towards Scott as your multi-down blocking guy. Like, So it's neat that he's trying, respect the hustle, but man, like I just really don't understand why we're running the play this way. And so then you end up with two guys that can't move Granderson. Unshocking. Like that is not a surprise, right? And so kudos to the Saints defensive line. I mean, is there anything, just saying, is there anything more beautiful than you got 1-on-2, you got 1-on-2, you got 1-on-2? This is what you want out of your defensive line. And then on the other side, Cam Jordan's holding his edge really beautifully. Like, again, it's a hurt Darnell Wright, and Wright's pretty much getting what he wanted. But Patrick is trying to get up to 20. He can't get off 99. And then these two are just trying to dig 93 out. They can't do it. You're putting two guys on Granderson, and Granderson shucks them like they pretty much aren't even there. Like, I guess they pin him a little bit, but it lets 56 flow right around, forces a one-on-one tackle. We do not win it, on to 4th and 1, right? Like, had you done a fullback wineback with Scott, we're talking. Exactly, right, Jordan? Like, you're going to have Tyler Scott roll downhill and try to dig out a bona fide NFL edge. If you added, there's a lot of ways we could put this. I like the idea of running something out of the sneak. Why aren't we throwing the ball? Am I nuts? Am I nuts? Respect the fact that Tyson Bagent ultimately picks this up. Why aren't we throwing the ball? Am I missing something? This, I'm not worried about. I'm not worried about this. I don't really care. Could it be open? Maybe. But that's the thing, Akusai. I'm not actually looking at Orlovsky touchdown. For anybody who wonders why I'm picking on Tyson Bagent, it's because of process over results. The scramble is neat. I like the fact, if you don't remember this play, Bagent runs, creates, scrambles, first down. Good. It's not going to end up a bad play. But in the world of our overarching thesis, why aren't these quarterbacks throwing the football? Why isn't Tyson Bagent throwing the football? Like, this is what Bagent does. Maybe he just really, really likes the look that he sees from Tyler Scott. That's not impossible. But then by the time we work back to, because Moore doesn't stay open forever. You'd have to throw him the ball sometime within this. But instead, we're stuck on a high-low with a corner that's midpointing us really, really nicely. Honestly, Bagent throws this football, there's a very decent chance 29 tracks down, which is not great. But it sure feels, Rex, like you're talking about, where you see the same offense and you see a lot of quarterback running because a lot of the processing, is tough. Look, guys, I've never played in the NFL, but I was the B team intramural quarterback for my fraternity. Maybe you've heard this story before, but I really like telling it. So I thought I was doing my offense a favor, like my offensive guys, because we didn't have time for practice. I said, nah, I know how football works. I'm going to read the field. We're not going to run plays. You run wherever you want. I'm going to read the field and I'll find you. You're probably not going to be shocked when I tell you I ran about 80% of the time. I was fast enough. It was workable. We went 3-3, but the point is that no, you can't process all that. Like, what is the whole point of really good offense? It is to simplify things enough for the quarterback that they can make decisions. Like, I'm with you there, Damo, but what I'm really getting at here is that good offense is built to get the quarterback to throw the ball. When the quarterback isn't throwing the ball, something's wrong, and it might be an offensive problem. And I hadn't really put that together. Like, you knew, but you didn't know until you see a second quarterback, same offense, not throwing the ball. And then, Peter, what specifically is the JTO criticism of the offense? Because I need to, I do need to subscribe to his Patreon, but I need a little more money before I'm going to do that. So the Bears decide that they're going to run left. These plays, Joe, if you're in here, This is what I'm worried for. Oh man. Oh man. Thank you, JT. I really appreciate that you're in here, but I do, JT, because I use your stuff all the time. You have no idea how excited I am to see you in here. Gosh, you rule. Thank you so much for bringing the feel of a quarterback room to the rest of us. It is so helpful getting a feel of exactly what of what it looks like to watch these kinds of plays. But so, anyways, yeah, I right. More than anything, JT, like as silly as that story is, it's not that I'm some amazing football player. It's that you don't realize how hard quarterback is until you sit back there and you go, oh, wow, I can't see anything. And you don't know where any of the defenders are. You don't know where any of the offensive players are. And it makes sense that the whole purpose of these offensive plays, like when you look at Bobby Slowick, I mean, it's amazing the chemistry he and CJ Stroud have created that, like you've talked about, CJ will just throw to a spot and he knows his guys are going to be there. That's trust that it just doesn't look like these Chicago quarterbacks have. And we've seen two of them. But, right, like, seriously, for Bot, it's not hard. Goodness. You'd think these centers are punking these guys. How on earth? Bagent is having to stretch within every inch of his frame. Whoa. And then it doesn't help anything that I'm seriously concerned. Like, Joe, you were mentioning this. He can't get anything on his left arm. Like, at least any time, I know the footwork here isn't great. Like, 20's going to pen him pretty easily. But Darnell Wright's footwork, or like, while the footwork isn't amazing, Darnell Wright can't seem to get much juice on anything headed leftwards. And I'm at the very least worried. But so it seems that way, Eric. And I know he was listed as having a shoulder issue a little earlier, and I would be shocked if it's healed. Let's put it that way. Like, seriously, Slim Jim, it is. Every time they show a quarterback with a GoPro, it's like, whoa. I mean, honestly, Slim Jim, that video game, NFL Pro Era, gives you a decent sense of it where you're like, jeepers, what am I seeing out there? So much easier on the all-22 angle. So much easier. But so here's Foreman racing around the edge. Watching Foreman run hard is fun. Kudos to, let me see. I think Kmet hits a pretty good block here. And moreover, gosh, I got to point out to you guys, I love it. I love it when an offensive player cheats just a little. Just a little healthy cheating, right? Like the Belichickian attitude, right? You ain't cheating, you ain't trying. He's going to latch on and he's going to just give him a little bit of a hold. Just the littlest bit of a hold. And then Foreman's off to the races, right? It does, doesn't it, MJ? Obviously, it sucks when you get called for those. But if you're going to make the block, make the block. And if you don't think you can overpower the guy, sure. I mean, if you make the referee call it, at least you'll get somewhere. Now, I'll tell you what, watching this play is hilarious. I think this is so funny because when Bagent rolls out to his left, I mean, this would have been a tough throw, but you could totally argue DJ's open anyways. Like, I understand that you're looking for Y leak. The moment I actually saw it was Y leak, I was much less frustrated that we didn't throw this football, which I just thought was hilarious, right? But because DJ's over is totally there, isn't it? Like, especially with 23 falling off for Mooney, you could argue a good throw. Let's see, is it Orlovsky or is it? It's probably Orlovsky. It's first down, right? But so then Bagent rears back, he puts it all in. I mean, goodness, he just flicks it. Are you surprised he has less control as when it comes to ball placement than we want to give him? But sheesh, Cole. Okay. What? Anything I have ever said, just cancel it all on Cole Kmet buying so much stock. Because the best part is, watch Cole's, like, you want to talk about how hard it is to play in the NFL? So Cole comes across field, right? And when he does, he's going to spot his guy. Then he's going to spot the ball. Ball's coming to us. But watch this. This is my favorite part, right? So he figures out roughly where the ball is going, but then he turns his head back, spots the guy again. Look, I'm not a tight ends coach. I don't know nothing, but it sure looks to me like he's prepping for contact. And Cole's had trouble where he just watches the ball and doesn't end up going and getting it enough. But here, he spots up the contact. Then he finds the ball again because he now knows where the guy is. And he just bodies him. Yes, please. Like, it's on the wrong shoulder, if you ask me. Like, Cole's charging upfield. Man, put this ball, if you got to choose, put this ball further on the outside. Let Cole turn around for it. But we don't. That's okay. Ball ends up further on the inside, and your dog just goes, gets it. Like, I can't believe I'm saying some of this stuff about Cole Kmet. I never thought I'd see the day. Like, I mean, look at this again. From this moment, can you really believe Cole Kmet fishes the ball out from there? Because that's what happens. Boom. Yes. And he hangs on direct. Swing that bat, man. Let's see if we get a good look at it from either angle. Here he is. Contact. Push off. Snare. He wants the flag, but sorry, 32. You just got beat. There's Blazing Game. Where were you a couple plays ago? What were you doing? Probably practicing to be wide receiver 1. Boom. We wanted to see, like, especially near the end of the season, we saw more of Cole Kmet being a physical force downfield. Look, I'm not trying to be the guy who's going to tell anybody in here that I think Cole Kmet's about to, like, super duper blossom. Look, I'm not just a JT stan. I agree with him. You watch a guy like Evan Ingram, you watch plenty of the other tight ends around the league, and you see better, more fluid movers. But if Cole Kmet can utilize his physicality and make, it doesn't have to be more of that play, just he become a weapon at wide tight end, I think he can easily be worth his contract and help a quarterback out on, I don't want to call them trick plays, but plays a little more like that, right? So then, second drive. What's up next? Well, we get our first wide run of the game, and it doesn't really go the way we want to. A lot of teams are basically challenging the Bears to run wide with these wide stretch fronts. I mean, look at 53 in comparison to Braxton Jones. This is there to take away that outside run. And yes, Ben, you do need Khalil Herbert, but at the same time, it's just really hard to reach block this guy. Like, generally speaking, Ben, the answer to this would be having a wide receiver out of the picture, crack block 53. And so then you'd pull Braxton Jones and Cole Kmet around the guy, right? Like, okay, now I'm just into this, right? So we've got Darnell Mooney over here. What you might do, especially if you think you're getting a zone look of some kind, is that you might have Cole Kmet start over here, and then you could motion DJ Moore onto this side of Darnell Mooney, and then you'd have Mooney crack him, Moore fishes up this linebacker, and then you pull Kmet and Braxton across on a crack toss kind of look. And we're going to have this motion over here, and then suddenly you've got this DB is going to get kicked out by Cole Kmet, and now you've got Braxton Jones one-on-one with this safety would be the hope. Right. But instead, the moment that we're just going to run wide directly at this edge, and we get like the world's tiniest crack, but you can tell that this play design doesn't really account for a linebacker camping out on the edge of the line of scrimmage, because Braxton has to basically full kick this guy. And we just kind of can't. Like, we don't have the foot speed, sure, but 53 has just got positioning. And I don't know if that's Braxton's fault, because this is not an easy block. It's not an easy player to block, and it's not an easy block. Foreman has to cut what is a crack, or like a crack run back upfield. It's a crack toss even. And there's just not much there for it. But that's football. Like the Saints said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They said, you are not running this on us. They were right. I agree with you, Akusai, that of all the people, you want Braxton to try that. But I'm a big believer that like half of the run game is about leverage. NFL players are superhuman athletes. Superhuman athletes. But even they can't make superhuman reach blocks when they've got no leverage whatsoever to do it. Man, this play. Have we seen this one? Have we seen this one? This is the Bears offense, isn't it? So Moore and Mooney look to me like they're running some kind of variation of mesh. Like, I get that I kind of call everything that meshes over the middle mesh to some capacity, but it looks like Cole Kmet is going to hit like an out and up back here with then a very common like running back wheel. So it imitates mesh, if nothing else. But then instead of the play creating a bunch of options, Darnell Mooney and DJ Moore, I don't know who missed what memo. I'm not a wide receivers coach. Boom. And that's actually really dangerous too. Like Mooney and Moore go knee on knee right here. And we're lucky that neither got hurt. So Tyson Bagent dodges a man in the pocket, dodges a bunch of guys in the pocket, and just creates. Thank goodness he's relatively athletic. Like, because otherwise, it's certainly not a first down. It could be a complete disaster play because Cole Kmet's covered. Marcos, it sure looks to me like it's Moore's fault, but I have no idea what they're doing. No idea. Peter, I think he would, but I don't know. I don't know. And I'm with you, Marcos, that like generally I would expect Mooney to go there, but I imagine Mooney's trying to pick his guy. I don't know what Moore is seeing, but either way, that collision doesn't work. That ain't there. He does seem that way though, right? From an offensive line perspective, I think this one's really interesting because, okay, so more fuel to the fire. Here's Darnell Wright getting inside moved, right? So 58 is going to take on 92, and then he gives up that inside lane to me just a little too easily, right? Now, again, my whole argument here is that left shoulder ain't working, right? And good for Tevin Jenkins because for as much as, while I understand you're tired of it, Jordan, sure doesn't help anything that Lucas Patrick gets bodied pretty hard. Man, imagine just getting slapped in the face and losing immediately. So Tevin does a good job of holding up 97 to get Bagent out of the pocket, right? And then Braxton, I think, has such a Braxton Jones rep. I don't even like know how else to describe it, where Braxton comes out of his stance late and just chases 96 around the edge. Do they call that a pressure? No, they don't. Is it pretty? No, it's not. But it does its job. Good feet, long arms, good enough protection. 96 can't get the edge. Man. And Moore's just parked for a hot minute. He is trying so hard, Jordan, but that's how it is in Chicago right now. If you're a bad center, watch out. We're going to grief you. So my understanding, Eric, is that a pressure is, so first of all, you got to remember how wide Braxton works him around the pocket. This is why so many people were complaining about Fields not stepping up. But even so, like 96 doesn't actually get close. This is a pressure. This I would mark as a hurry, right? So pressures are hurries, quarterback sacks, right? But Braxton's guy doesn't get around. And kudos to Braxton. That's his whole game. Next snap. Pitch play. I actually loved this one. Oh no, I didn't. I almost like the action. I almost like the action on it. But you run this just a few too many times. Like, man, is this the Getsy experience or what? We have this cool plays. We have all these different like plays that we'll run now and again. And then 96 totally recognizes it. Like, you got to give the opponent credit when they earn credit. And oh my gosh, 96 is on this. Great. Does this play happen yet? Now I have to play. Oh, yeah, it's this one. Here we go. Give Granderson some serious cred. Because, like, as this entire thing is happening, I bet you. Oh, yeah. I think. So, let's see. He might be watching for a rollout or something. But Granderson is ready. Man, he never bites this. I wonder what he saw that gave this away. Maybe it's a formation tell. Maybe it's just that he's on the backside of the play and he's like, well, I'm not doing anything. Like, but he gets out. Bagent says, I ain't getting in there. And then, I mean, goodness. Goodness, Tyler Scott just gets destroyed. That's a hit. You can't give up. As much as you're able, you can't give him up. Like, you can't give this guy up like that. And I'm with you, Jordan. Like, at least in principle, you end up feeling like blazing game is completely useless and that you could cut somebody across the formation. I find that a really, really neat thought, Jordan. Kudos to you. Just that you could easily cut him across or something so that you don't end up. What I don't like, Donald, is these plays where the entire thing relies on trickery, right? It's one thing to use a mismatch to your advantage, right? But to me, it's another thing to rely on it to not get smoked, right? And in this, because we don't fool 96, poor Tyler Scott is just going to get smoked. We're glad he hangs on to the football. Yo-yo, I think, would also work really well, Ben. There's just got to be better ways to make this play not reliant on your quarterback deciding whether or not he wants to chip in. Very easily, Prabat. I agree with you. And man, sometimes you catch a break too. Like, I do think it's hilarious how every now and again you're going to get a coverage where somebody just busts. Like, look at this. Let's see what the call is. It's hard to tell exactly what they're running just because they screw it up. But it looks like this linebacker makes some kind of a flat call and that somebody's supposed to come down on it, right? Somebody is supposed to drive on this, but they don't. So instead, you end up with 3 guys on DJ Moore. Hey, I get it. 1 on Darnell Mooney and absolutely nobody over here. So a quick check down to the running back suddenly turns into, oh my gosh, Darrington Evans has all the space you could ever dream of. And he picks up a bunch of yards. Let's see. It might be. Now I just want to see if I can't figure out what defense this is. Because on this side, this looks kind of like 2. And on this side, this looks. I wonder if it's basically 4. Like, basically. But that 1 is out of position. And that he was supposed to maybe drive down and that they would play this like quarters and that it would play out like cover 6. That's not impossible, but it's a busted coverage, so it's kind of hard to tell with some of these. I'm also incredibly rudimentary, and I won't even pretend I'm not. Look at Tev getting in on the surprise pancake. You want to beat my hands? Beat this. Nice fight from him in 97. I'm almost surprised he doesn't get tagged for a hold there. I wonder if they felt like Bagent was just working his way out of the pocket. And then one more guy I want to check. Let's watch Braxton. Because you get some of these long pass reps. Oh, he just gets stunted. That makes sense. Is it Valus? It is. Here's our V12 moment right here. He comes in on the formation. Sure, he'll get out there and make a block. And then who do you think's opening the hole? So I think somebody gets tagged for a hold here. In fact, I know somebody does. No, I think it's more of an I think. But here you get Tev coming across, coming off the combo, catching 20, driving him out of the run lane for a nice gain up the middle. You really can't get enough of watching Tevin Jenkins. I mean, his physicality is just something he brings to the team. Yeah, it's going to be a hold on Darnell Wright. You can see it right there. But Jenkins is just the most impactful run blocker on the team, and it's not even close. Like, boom, he's clearing that. Darnell Wright can't keep the guy off to his left. He ends up taking a hold. 1st and 20. Let's see here. I like the little orbit swing screen, but I'm also very, very, very easily impressed. Being a Bears fan for the last couple of years has meant that we just don't see that much great offense. So it looks like the Bears call what, duo at this point? It's probably inside zone. Just because he's not targeting the Y tight end, but it doesn't matter. Just a few too many guys. Not everybody hits perfect run blocks. Khalid, how you doing? 2nd and long. But Prabhat, it's more about just like having options in your offense. Here's the other play I think everybody's seen. You'll notice a theme, right? Bagent's interceptions come when he's trying to make up lost yardage. Like when the offense is on schedule, the Bears actually move all right. It's the moment they get behind the chains, like well and truly behind the chains, and something doesn't break for them, that you're more likely to see Bagent force something. I don't know what he's looking at here. Because if you ask me, now, granted, it helps that we've watched this a lot. What does this pre-snap look like? Right? Okay, so I understand you know probably what it is, right? But what defense does it look like the Saints are in? I like playing this game on the channel, right? I'm going to assume that you've guessed by now, and then I'll catch up with you. But it sure looks like they're showing a clear cover 2, Tampa 2 look of some kind. You're going to have to, you're obviously going to have to watch where this linebacker and these safeties move to know whether that's Tampa up the top or a linebacker sitting right here, right? But it sure looks like cover 2. And as they drop, I'll tell you what, it's Tampa. Like the safeties kick sideways. What you're looking for is that when the safeties translate and this backer goes into like a pole run, that's Tampa 2. But the underneath rules are Tampa or are cover 2. They're everything that we've ever learned. They also drop an extra linebacker right here, or it's a defensive lineman. That doesn't matter. Just to take away one more underneath route. But the real core of what you ought to know is that this throw is simply not open. It's not going to be open. What's open? I know I'm using the clicker. This is power of the clicker stuff. Best you're going to get is a throw to, best you're going to get is a throw to Foreman based on what I'm seeing. Like, there's just not much there. Like, let me see. Where's DJ Moore? You mean like right here? You could pump it. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, especially against him, like you could probably get it there. But I'm kind of with you, Jordan, where nothing's open, and that's okay. Especially Ben with what looks to be as Bagent shifts his shoulders back, you get this defensive back that's going to start getting in And if this guy jumps in and Moore fades out at all, you're looking at another pick, probably. But it doesn't help anything that because Bagent is off schedule, he's trying to force something, and there's just not much there for a guy like Bagent. I mean, I completely hear what you mean, Jordan, because maybe like Justin Herbert, if Mooney decides that he's going to run vertical, drive something layered over this defensive back, but takes a literal different quarterback to make that work. The main issue that I have, because it's not a good play. Like, it's just, what is this? JT called it inverted Hank. I mean, it's bad, right? But, gosh, let me just soak this in a little more. Because as far as some of the concept names, I'm not going to pretend I know everything, but it looks like this is a very quick, settled 7-stop. It's, you just can't throw this ball. I would expect Tyson Bagent to recognize a cover 2 look after eons and eons and eons and eons of D2 ball. This, to me, is just a clear no throw. So I wonder what was going through his mind. He's a rookie. This is as rookie moment as it gets. Don't make me pull up Bryce Young's early interceptions to Jesse Bates against was it the Bengals? No, it was the Falcons. That week 1 Falcons game. Because, yeah, he's got some experience, but by that I mean, yeah, it's not week 1. But this is very normal for rookies to think they can and learn they can't. That's all I'm saying. But at the same time, man, we got to know this guy is there. Like, this guy's been playing professional football. 29. I don't know who he is, but it doesn't matter. He's in the NFL. Like, he's got to know he can't throw here. Not this, right? If this guy's not here, absolutely. But if he is, we can't throw this. Not many can. Like, I don't know. I don't think Josh Allen can complete this throw. He might attempt it, but I don't think he can complete it. So 29 jumps it. It's easy. But the other piece to this that I do want to, Jordan, I don't know his number off the top of my head. Of course, like, you say his name and it's like, oh yeah, Adebo did pick him off twice. But I'm more looking at him saying, this guy's been in the NFL. The other thing that I don't love about this is that Bagent is clearly, if you ask me, like, he doesn't know what he's looking to find, right? Catch looks to me like he looks at Kmet first. He's either looking at Kmet or he's looking at DJ Moore, but either way, his eyes are over here. Then he hits the back of his drop. He turns to Mooney. He doesn't like that either, right? Like, why does he work back? What look does he think he got from the defense that he thinks working back is going to get him anything he wants? I don't think the offense is good. Can't say that enough. If it sounds like I'm critiquing Bagent, it's purely because I expected a player of his background to not throw this pick, but it's not like Luke Getsy is helping. Like, 2nd and 16, we might as well have served our quarterback up on a platter with a play call like this without just a basic, what I would have loved to see, I don't even know if you would have needed it, would have been some kind of check release, check down. Most basic thing in the world. But the moment that we go, I can't believe this. I can't believe I'm about to advocate for not empty. But if you have just the most basic late check down, that is a great way that Kyle Shanahan made things easy on Brock Purdy. Like, one thing that, yes, granted, that's Christian McCaffrey, and this would not be Christian McCaffrey. But a leaky check down means that when Bagent looks right here and the play is over, right? When he goes, well, shoot, they got us. Then, like, you have somebody who's leaking out right about now that you could check the ball to. And then if he makes this guy miss and gets up inside, you've got a big play. And if he doesn't, he goes down right here and you pat yourself on the back and you say, okay, 3rd and 10. We got play calls for 3rd and 10, right? But the moment that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys all reasonably covered, then there's just no real option for Bagent. Now, throwing a pick is never the option, But from a design perspective, you could see how the play is built in a way that puts strain on the quarterback under center. And it's not like it's been a billion times easier for Justin Fields. And now I'm not trying to work back and get too hard one way or another, but I thought this game was really eye-opening because of how many of the mistakes that Bagent made that we've seen Fields make, and how the real only difference is that Bagent was willing to throw the football. Like, Bagent would throw it into the window. Sometimes that got him a sweet Cole Kmet touchdown. Other times, it didn't. Darnell Mooney makes a sick play here. Goodness. Okay, let's call a spade a spade. We love us a good defensive lineman on this channel, don't we? Look at 99 chasing Darnell Mooney down. You want to talk about effort? You want to talk about loving ball? 99 is going to stay in this play with a little bit of burst? Okay. Look at this. I only just saw this right now, but like, oh my gosh. Like, look at this guy. He says, oh, wait. Let me go get him. Outruns him. Like, he outruns most of the Bears skill players. Whoa. You might be looking at a score if the nose doesn't bring the guy down. Man, the NFL is different. The NFL is just so different out there. I'm not surprised, Jordan. That's athleticism. Boom. Good overall, though. Man, pop. Let's see. That's after Moon completely stopped his momentum. Oh, for sure, Donald. It's more like you got to give the man some credit here. That's a big dude. Especially with everybody in a race. Here it is from this angle. Basic boot. The Bears get exactly the look they want. Couldn't ask for a better look to just pop the ball to Mooney and let him go make a play. Kudos to Mooney, too. Pop, pop, pop. Get out. And Khalid, that's the question I want the answers to. What are these quarterbacks like teaching? Or what are these quarterback coaches teaching? And Donald, that's the thing. I completely get that you love the play call. Don't let me take away that you love this play call. More let me say, it's a pretty basic play call. Like, you can only run this play call so many times, especially when your tight ends kind of screw it up. Like, lovingly, why are Cole Kmet and Robert Tonyan so close to each other? You would expect, if I had to guess, that Tanyan's supposed to be drastically deeper, but he's got no juice. Like, Tanyan and Kmet lead these guys right to each other. And so it just works out because it's easy enough. The Bears have been pounding the rock long enough that they get caught up in zone and bust again. Like, 56 at this point is pointing, trying to get these guys off it. But anytime one move breaks 3 tackles at once, you generally know you've got the defense chasing. I would argue it's closer to busted coverage than spectacular play call. But hey, results are results. I mean, Jimmy's and Joe's for a reason, Donald. Like, past a certain point, yeah, honoring the run game does help you create seams like this. It's just when things dry up later, this is kind of why. Like, you only get this silver bullet so many times, if that makes sense. It's not like it's on a timer. It's more like eventually the defensive coordinator is going to sit down with his tablet and he's going to go, okay, so we're going to call this instead because this will take that away against those formations. The little adjustments. Like, if you think about it this way, this might be the best way to put this. The Bears offense functioned like every time they got the look they wanted from the Saints, they could exploit it for a decent gain about 60% of the time. Hey, their offense was super sputtery if you haven't figured it out so far. Knee on knee mistakes, silly mistakes, guys getting beat in the run game, like the quarterback looking flustered. It happened, right? But against a good defense, especially early on, they were able to take advantage of a lot of the looks they liked and stretch it out for yards. But as they used each silver bullet, the Saints would take it away. And they would say, okay, you're not going to get us with that again. Okay, you're not going to get us with that again. Okay, you're not going to get us with that again. And the Bears just ran out of bullets. And that, to me, is an indictment on the offensive coordinator. There was no adjust to the adjustments, right? We saw some elements of a decent game plan, scattered moments of okay play calling, but especially later down the road, we just ran out of ideas, more or less, because it's not as if the players are incapable of executing. You see guys pull out a lot of stuff, but you can tell that plan C doesn't really exist in Chicago. Plan B barely exists. Here we get on another rollout. Glad we're able to get it to DJ Moore. Don't you love his ability to create after the catch? Yes, it gets him burned later this game, but it happens. It happens. I can't either, Donald. That's one of those games where if I was a coach, I mean, I'm sure everybody in this I'm sure everybody in this chat would agree that if you were coaching and somehow after the fourth turnover, you still had another chance to lead your team back for a game tying drive, and then who knows what's going to happen. This one would keep me up at night. The Bears turned it over 3 times and they still had the chance to score the tying touchdown. Then they went 3 and out and they got another chance to score the tying touchdown. And then they turned it over a 4th time. And then they had the chance to score the game tying touchdown. And then they turned it over a 5th time and finally lost. Like, the Bears got their chances. You can't say they didn't do that. It's just a bummer to see that the offense couldn't find nearly anything that they were able to do. You'd think so, Prabhat, but they didn't, right? I'm not trying to pull that card on you too many times, but in this case, like, the Saints just kind of gave you chances, right? Also, man, oh man, Tevin, be still my beating heart. Yes, I'm hyping it up partially because it's fun, but nobody else is getting decent combo blocks out on this on this offensive line. Look at this. Like, push, engage the next guy. It sucks that Darnell can't get up to accept that pass off from Tevin Jenkins, because Jenkins passes Keelan Saunders right here. That is perfect. Like, just sweep up right there. You've got a decent run play because Lucas Patrick has done enough. Like, you get Foreman stepping over right here. If he's able to beat out that guy on the backside, which he might, Tevin hits you a great block, but hey, it's good all the same. Jay Sanders, it really got brutal, didn't it? And then the worst part is the Bears defense did not answer because God knows they didn't get a turnover, and they still pretty much won't. Yeah, Jordan, I don't blame you. Maybe it motivated him. Maybe it all helped. But it is wild to see a player of this talent level, when he's healthy, like, even getting rumored to potentially be traded. Wild, if you ask me. I mean, it sure looks wild today. At the time, I was really trying to just understand, what are we doing? Why would you do this? Is he the worst? Like, does this guy just suck in the locker room? But even then, I mean, you've got Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin has a winning record with a receiver that just requested a trade. And Sean McDonough, like, Stephon Diggs requested a trade. And the Bills are fine. I mean, I get they're 5-4, but the offense is producing and everything's kept under center. I mean, Jordan, this is kind of what you're getting at, isn't it? Like, we Bears fans, because we're Chicago Bears fans and we cheer for a team that can't seem to get most things right. We love them, but it's the truth. Like, we act as if a character problem is just a flat no-go, and Jalen Carter's tearing it up in Philadelphia. McDermott, thank you, Jacob. And we all look at Jalen Carter and we go, it wouldn't have worked here. I think we're right. I think it's the truth, but it is, you look around the league, all these other teams are making character concerned players work. Claypool's sort of a special example, but all kinds of teams are making attitude problem players into, like, they're getting the star out of them and finding ways to keep the attitude problem within boundaries, right? Not in Chicago, though. In Chicago, we can't have them at all. And so you end up with just a talent deficiency. Yeah, Donald, I'm with you on Claypool. Not going to bat for him. Right now, Chase Claypool has a worse record than the Bears do since leaving the Bears, which is something. Nick, they sure find a way, don't they? Is this play? Nothing. Nobody really gets open here. Right? Right, Jordan? Like, here you get, I don't know what the concept, man, did I even draw it right? Let's see, where does Schmitz go? Yeah, okay. So, I like this concept against a bunch of different looks. We saw Dable run something similar. I guess it is pretty meshy, isn't it, Jordan? Like, because I've seen it where it can look kind of like a 3 level right here, where especially if you get guys playing pattern match, you'll basically get a bunch of defenders to, like, collide with each other. Brian Dable ran it against the Vikings, and it worked to absolute perfection. But on this play in particular, they don't get enough mesh, especially on the background or on the backside. And instead, the Saints just pass it off, or the Saints pass it off really well. So he's covered. There's just really nothing there. And Bagent does a good job to get it out, throw it away. You'd obviously love for there to be some better options. But yeah, Prabat, I mean, Tanyan being too slow is sort of a theme. Like, there's no side adjust. I don't know. I would complain about how the Bears offense isn't professional if I had better examples of what they could do, but their stuff does just get covered left and right and left. And Bagent's got to throw it away because the play's just flat not there. But you've seen that before, haven't you? Just nobody running. That's a good point, though, Jordan, because if Darnell Mooney just sits down right here, that's open. You could even say he's looking for it. Like, just stomp. Stomp, and it might be a touchdown at that point. Like, you see zone coverage, you see the safety right there, just break through and sit down on it and throw it with a little bit of anticipation. You never know. Maybe you got to come back for the football. Oh, no. Like, I see what you mean. Just that even with some basic adjustments, like Kmet sees zone, just stop. Like, throw him the ball. Or don't. I mean, or just let him keep running. And the moment they keep running, there's just no play. Right, new poster? That's what it's felt like. So for some reason, the Saints take the 3rd and 2, and they allow 3rd and 12. And maybe you've seen this play on my Twitter, but this to me is another one of those examples of, oh my gosh, why are we throwing this? And I could say that a couple frames back too. Like, so here's the play that matters, right? The Bears are running sail because we can't not run sail. We are addicted to running sail. It's one of the only plays we seem to have in the playbook, right? And so the Saints seem as if they're running what could be cover 4. It could be cover 2. It doesn't really matter, right? But DJ Moore smokes his man. Can you ask for better separation? And this might be my favorite part. Moore also is going to hold his route inside like crazy, because Moore could immediately start shifting backwards out this way, like bending it and give it away to the safety. But instead, he's going to hold his route like vertical enough as he gets there that when he snaps and looks for the ball, if Bagent's throwing right now, with proper timing and to the proper spot, there should not be a way for the safety to get there. There's too much space and he beat him too clean. But the ball's got to be towards the sidelines, right? Ball's got to be towards the sidelines. And then, like you're saying, Donald, Bagent sees it. He knows it's open, but he turns it down. I don't actually know why he turns it down, but he does. And I can't help but think, again, it's tight. I get that this safety's uncomfortable, but it's the end zone, man. Like, you've got to make some tight throws. And if we put this on the sideline, my thought is, Jay Sanders, if you pump this thing to, okay, I have to draw it over here, like, you basically would have had to throw it about there. And if you anticipate it, especially, because like Ben's saying, you got to throw it probably about there. Like, at this moment, if you start winding up and you throw this football and you get it to the equivalent of right here, DJ Moore catches it 2 feet down, heads out the end zone. And the safety can't really get there. It's just too far. But we don't. Process, not good. Result, super sick. We get hero Bagent, right? We get the secret Bagent man in the open field making a play. Thank you so much, Thomas. I really, really appreciate it. Like, he lunges. He gets it, baby. They spot the ball here. Then they change their mind. Then they change their mind again. Then they change their mind again. And the Bears get the 4th down. Love it. Like, sure. Why not? Whatever. But it is so funny watching a play like this. So that's the thing, Donald. My experience, they don't normally give the guy the stretch, right? It's always a matter of, are you going to give him the stretch or not? And I understand what the rule says, but they don't do it a lot. And that's the thing, Prabhat. That's the thing. You just took the words out of my mouth. Like, the fact that we noticed Fields doing exactly this last year and a little this year, and now we're seeing it from a second quarterback, is bizarre. It's actually very weird to me that we're seeing the same looks. Thanks again to Thomas. Saw this earlier. Really can't appreciate you enough. If you've got a question, let me know and I can get to you. But I think there's a good shot Fields would throw this if he's in his Washington mood. I hope, right? Because this is first read. Like, this is first read. This is a throw outside the numbers. This is a throw Fields rubber stamps. The receiver up top, that's Tyler Scott. But Jay Sanders, because we love the route that we get from Moore, I'm just not expecting him to work this way on what I imagine was a pick aside, even though this one is like smash-ish, right? But so maybe, Prabhat, there's a little bit of that, but it is bizarre to me, like, that we can watch this offense and see at least what I'm aiming for. Oh, the other guy, I got you. That's Roshan Johnson. Unless you mean Mooney. But there you go. That's everybody on the field. It's more just interesting to me that now across two quarterbacks within the same offense, we are starting to see very similar quarterback issues of, what are we looking at? You know what I mean? Like, I tend to think Fields would throw it right here, right? Like, late. But to Ben's point, he might be able to stretch that part of the field. Again, mirrored that way. He might be able to get there just off of raw cleats in the ground arm strength. Like, he could just push it. But I tend to think so. Like Jay Sanders, it's enough to wonder, like, why is nobody throwing this? Somebody has to throw this. Some quarterback on the Bears has to be able to throw this. And the fact that they won't is just bananas because it's consistent. They consistently won't throw this. Boom. You get it. Twitter tells me it's not open. Twitter tells me that, Robert, why do you care so much? Bagent's just running the ball, or like Bagent still picks up a touchdown. Like, who cares? And I kind of sit here like, we see why we care later. Like, when the wheels fall off, it's partially because we're not hitting stuff like this. I don't know if Peterman throws it. Honestly, don't. Because I don't know if Peterman's quite got the juice. But man, here's another one. Hot dim. Hot dimbus. Cole runs a great route here. Simple route. Tricker route, right? But kudos to 85. Bang, full block. Rip by. Linebacker has no idea. Never breaks stride. Easy. Easy. The problem is, Ben, you can't run this twice, right? But like, all the same, a touchdown's a touchdown. You got to give, I think, Kmet credit. So I will never forget Ryan Griffin coming out of this so slow that Fields and him could not figure out how to get the ball to each other. Massive kudos, in my opinion, to Kmet getting out of this and immediately hitting the gas. Like, yes, it sure helps that he and Bagent just link up, but that's not a stride breaker. And I want to give the route runner a lot of credit on stuff like this, because I imagine there's all kinds of timing practice that goes into it, and it looks so easy. It is not so easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we can all agree that as Bears fans, since 2017, we have unfortunately seen that even the easiest play in the NFL, between the short stuff Fields can't hit, the deep stuff Trubisky can't hit, all the stuff Foles can't hit, and all the horrible plays coming out of timeouts from Matt Nagy, the awful run game we got at Matt Nagy's tenure, the awful passing game we're getting in the Getsy tenure, John Fox, we did live through that. What it looks like when you're running an offense with no wide receivers back in 2017 and 2022. We've seen what does it look like when you run an offense without any offensive line? A lot. But I'll specifically mention 22 there. Like, we've seen, maybe somebody can give me a 10th thing, but just to make it all 10 of my fingers. But we've seen pretty poor offense. I am not going to overrate. I'm not going to allow us to just smooth past the fact that that Cole Kmet makes this look so easy. I am slowly learning pretty much nothing in the NFL. Pretty much nothing in the NFL is easy. So when you make it look easy, like, kudos, that means you did something right. I would even argue with you that this is the ideal Cole Kmet route because it utilizes the fact that we use him as a blocker so often. And I mean, look at this. Like, blocker, rip, straight into pass catcher, makes the play. It's simple. There are plenty of tight ends that could probably do it. But when Jimmy Graham tries to go for the block, the linebacker is just going to stone him. Like, completely serious, Jimmy Graham might get knocked to the ground by just attempting this, right? Whereas Cole Kmet, this is his wheelhouse. I'm talking too much about what is a pretty easy play. But also, like, it's nice. We just should have had a touchdown on the play before. Good job by Bagent to just stay alive, place the ball. 14-14 in a game where I'm pretty sure nobody, if you're like me, thought that it was going to be 14-14 at this point. Also, somebody pointed this out. I'm pretty sure Tevin Jenkins was supposed to sweep all the way across the formation and connect with somebody over here, but he doesn't because he can't, because Lewis gets beat so badly. Man, Tevin has to make a hero play when you look at this, because Tevin has to see he's getting beat, plant his right foot and his right hand, and just catch the guy. That keeps the play alive. That leads to the touchdown. Touchdown, Tevin Jenkins. Give him the ball. Right? Here, I'm going to play a little bit of defensive ball just because I need to go grab me some water. I'll be right back. Let's see. No, we're not doing defense. I just needed to give you some B-roll because I don't want to mess any of the offense up. But so, anyways, I'll give you one more look at whatever this is. Man, gosh, it's such a simple rep. I love watching 97. Like, the sweat long arm, it does look crazy. But like, you see, here we see Andrew Billings like take on the center, and he's just up on him so quick. And it comes into play a little later, like more often. But goodness, watching him go to war, I'm so glad he got extended. I'm so glad he got extended. What value? What value at $4 million a year? Like, oh my gosh, larceny. Larceny. Like, oh my gosh, honestly, Jordan, he's worse than a joke. You can understand just why so many fan bases hate him. Like, I was way too nice about it in the video that I did because I mean, he's just getting thrown around by tight ends. I'll tell you what though, I don't know if this is a good thing, but number 57 sure looked good, didn't he? Like, whole daggum game, Jack Sanborn was battling and making plays because this specific defense loves it when their linebackers play the run, don't they? They love it when their linebackers can get downhill and go be physical. Jack Sanborn is physical. Jack Sanborn is the embodiment of physical. But let's get back to the offense. Because there's plenty of things that we can talk about on the defense. We'll get there. But like the offense to me is way more it's not just exciting, but it's interesting. Because then you get some of these zone reads. And like I think it's kind of hilarious we're running zone read. This is the I keep calling it the twinkle toes play, which is super unfair. But like Darnell Wright, I am just nearly certain it's not coached to hit a spin with his backside shoulder, which again, only seems to speak to this notion that he is playing so hurt. Like the idea that Darnell Wright is resorting to making just a quick block with a shoulder spin off of his good shoulder and then getting up with the only good arm he's got. It's just wild to me. And yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on Edmonds. Jordan pretty much nailed it though. Like I see, yeah, it's impressive watching the athleticism, isn't it, Ben? But like, to me, Edmonds looks like he should be in a safety linebacker hybrid role, like a coverage pursuit linebacker that honestly could do a lot of things for you if you let him do that. But the way that the Bears are playing him as if it's 2006 is not helping him do anything. Now, here's Bob Tonyan hitting the deck for you. Bummer. So like Bears go toss crack, look alike. Tonyan on the ground, which I only really say because picking on people is modestly fun. I hate saying it. But Bagent hits him with the fake throw. How about I just run it instead? And hey, the guy's got some wheels. On a lot of these rollouts, we would say the same for Justin Fields. You create that kind of space and then run through it. Nothing wrong with that. You want to make sure that it's as repeatable as possible long term. But sure, let's see. Am I worried that the Bears' run game is going to take a solid hit for Thursday now the Blazing game's gone? Blazing game is helpful, but Blazing game is really helpful, Christopher. But I would argue ESB coming back gets you what you lose in Blazing game. Different positions, but now there's a couple more toss things that open up because you love using ESB out on the edge. But that's more me just thinking out loud. As much as I love a fullback, or I love a fullback as much as anybody else, but a play like this, which I mean, I guess they're trying to use Tonyan as I think there are more creative ways to do it. Basically, with it, you know what, Christopher, you got me thinking. Within the Bears system, the answer might be yes. With better offensive coaching, it shouldn't. But within the Bears system, which is what you were asking about, yeah, that might be. It really might be. Might be sad how much that affects the offense, actually. I don't want to think about that. I like thinking about good things. Man, Tanyan. Tanyan, help us out, man. I don't know if we did this on stream, Donald, but I tried to warn you guys. I at least tried to hint at it. Now he's a rookie. Plenty can change. But I know that with Brisker in particular, I've been worried about his coverage ability for a while. He just looked lost. Now he looks better. Better is better. But he's hurt so often. And he doesn't look good. And certainly not instinctive. And maybe my biggest worry when it comes to Brisker is it takes him so long to track the play, for goodness sakes. He's like Gervon Dexter, but at safety. And that's a way worse problem, if you ask me. Because being a quarter second slow off the ball, if you're big and strong, you can at least make some hay. But Brisker in coverage is late to his spot. That gives up massive gashes when it doesn't go well. I don't know what happened, DG. I can't help but wonder if it was all Jair or Brown from his running mate. Because when I watched him at Penn State, I was like, oh my God, this guy rules. And I don't remember if I actually got to watching. I didn't watch much of like Penn State Brisker, but that's on me. Being a part-timer has its ups and downs. One of these days we'll be full-time. And when we are, bada boom. Content machine. Man, Righteous has no left hand. That is so sad. 3rd and 4. We got to check at the line. We got a bunch set on our right. We've got Mooney wide open. Easy. You're telling me, Jordan. He is, Eric. Jenkins is just so good. Leave it at that. Simple bunch set. Almost as if the Saints don't actually expect the Bears to run like standard edition offense. Sure helps that the Bears catch a blitz right here and Bagent stays tall, throws through it. Boom. Offense looks really easy when it's easy, doesn't it? You ain't gotta be, Jordan. It ain't too hard. I can help you out with it another time. Bears catch a break with the right play call against the right look, basically. Beat the nickel blitz with a throw straight through the nickel. 3rd down. Converted. Let's go here. Braxton navigates it. Let me see. Eric, you talking about oh yeah. With Jenkins, 100%. That's the thing, Donald. Like, the trouble with Bagent in this game is that there were a bunch of things play to play that he was pretty good at. But this is a great reminder. I loved this play. For instance, so simple. The design isn't anything exceptional. It's just like a quick yo-yo route right here with Kmet sifting across. What is this? Is this bench? Yeah, basically. I think Madden calls it bench anyways. But it's like double stick with a post. Because you get stick right here, and then Bagent has a man in his face immediately, works the ball to Kmet, and what could have been a really bad play ends up, sure, it's a gain of 1 yard, but at least we're getting the ball out, keeping the offense relatively on schedule. And look at the hands by Cole Kmet. It's his day. I'll give him credit for nearly anything on his day, because that is not an easy catch. Snow cone. Full extension. Pulls it back. Does not lose the ball. 2nd and 9. Now, the problem is, Donald, is that while Bagent avoided negative plays, as you've seen, the lack of chunk plays was the doom, right? Like, the problem is is that if Bagent on, and granted, I'm pulling these numbers out of my butt, if Bagent on 30 passing plays is liable to give you, let's go with 3.5 on average, like turnover worthy plays. So TWP. Well, the Bears were chunky, Donald, but the Bears were chunky. Bagent isn't pushing the ball down the field. And that's not me trying to kill the kid, right? It's more saying what makes Mahomes and his 2.5 or Allen's 2.5 turnover worthy plays in 30-ish dropbacks. It might not be that much, but you get it. What makes these gunslingers worth it? The fact that once in a while, probably once a drive, they are going to hit a deep strike. They are going to be able to run some kind of motion over here, run double posts at this safety, and we're just going to launch the ball downfield. The Drake May stuff. Just saying. I love Caleb Williams. I'm not trying to be one over the other, but man, if you like deep shots and you like play from the pocket, you're going to go crazy. You're going to go crazy over Drake May's tape because, it's like fusing Justin Herbert into another college quarterback. Anyways, a laser show is a great way to put it. It really is. And that's the thing. That's the thing, Donald. None of this is to dunk on Bagent. It's to show how hard it is to matriculate down the field. It's really, really tough. Really hard. Because if you make a mistake, turnover, drive over, hopes and dreams, not anymore, right? Grant, actually, I was talking to a friend of mine in the Bears organization. I won't say his name, right? But he was actually telling me that everything in this Bears offense is actually the players' faults, if you'd believe me. That if they just executed the offense correctly, that they'd score a touchdown on every play. And you watch the tape. How could you not agree with them, right? Tevin moves so well. Now I'm just staring at him, right? He did not move this well coming off of injury last year. But man, Jordan, I'm kidding. Jordan. I'm making a joke about Luke Getsy. Because that's what he says every week. Him and Matt Eberflus. Watch Tevin just in the motion of it. Check. Get uphill. Guy's going to get outside me. Boom. Hit number 6. He's well out of the play. But Khalid, I don't know why they kept taking Jones off the field. But, let me put it this way, guys. This is the saddest way I can put this, but I think we all know it in our core, right? Sometimes you just don't. Which play, Peter? You may be behind. But so sometimes, guys, you see something, you can't justify it, and you just, we're not going all the way to lean back in the chair, Rob. I'm just trying to figure out how to put this, and I think I've got it. Okay, so sometimes you see a staff do something, and we try to rationalize that because we want them to succeed, the silly thing they're doing makes sense, even though it doesn't make any sense. But when we look back, we can say things like the moment the Bears rotated Lucas Patrick and Tevin Jenkins in year 1 of the Eberflus regime, we probably should have known, right? Looking back, you say, when we saw stuff like that, we should have known that none of this is going to make any sense. And that was week 4, week 5, of the Eberflus tenure. You look back at that, it's just what? They did. Why are we doing this? Jordan, I don't blame you, but honestly, I have so much hope. The Bears have accidentally boxed themselves into the position where their future is really bright. Donald, don't you say that. It's been bad. But think about it this way. The Bears are very reactionary. They do silly things and they just rubber band away from whatever they just did all the time. What's the good news? What the Bears just did is like objectively the worst idea possible. I'm not even playing, right? Hiring Josh McDaniels, at least that's flawed good process. At least that's targeting a young offensive mind meets a second year or like a second term head coach that's hopefully learned from his failures. Totally did not work. Totally did not work. But at least the thinking kind of makes sense. And you get, gosh, what was that? Or like, anyways, with Matt Eberflus, we're not going young, but we're also not going experienced. We're going 50 plus. Now, I'm not dunking on any of my guys over 50 here. You guys are great. You young horses. We know it. I know it. But you're taking a lifer DC that's over 50. You're giving him his first shot ever at being a head coach. And in a move that you look back and you're like, I mean, granted, you guys heard me. I was not super high on the move in the first place, which isn't like a wow, aren't I so smart? Because my guy was Brian Daboll, and he is going through it in New York right now. But so back to Eberflus, though, like you end up with a coach that is acting like he's Vic Fangio, but he's not Vic Fangio, right? Like it doesn't really make a ton of sense, in my opinion, when I look back at the Eberflus job. And it's like, okay, so he's no worries because he's not young, but he's also not experienced, not really. And also his defensive identities are actually behind the times. This is going to go great. Oh, and he hires one of the youngest like staffs possible, and none of it worked, right? But why am I talking about all this? Because if the Bears rubber band in the other direction, you got to think that they're going to target like a Ben Johnson, a Bobby Slowick. Maybe they look at a Harbaugh, but obviously recent news has complicated that notion. But with the Bears' situation, like draft-wise, looking as positive as it is, there's a decent chance that any of these coaches we just mentioned would actually want to come to Chicago first and foremost, because the Bears don't have a situation that I think anybody would be really that scared of. I mean that. Like back in 2021, we were going, yeah, but we have Justin Fields. And that was the whole argument, right? Now it's we have DJ Moore, we have Darnell Wright, we've got a couple other players on defense that are worth getting excited about. Young players too, like Jalen Johnson, assuming you re-sign him, fingers crossed. Plus guys like Montez Sweat, guys like, I mean, I'm going to include Tyreek Stevenson, but you don't have to. Like there are chips on defense that you add a couple extra dudes and you could start to fill out a productive, competitive team pretty quickly. Tevin Jenkins, if he ends the year playing like this, plus Darnell Wright, plus whatever you think of Braxton Jones, 2.5 young offensive linemen playing well is quite good compared to what you get with plenty of other it's quite good compared to what you get from a lot of other organizations. And I didn't even mention Nate Davis. Nate Davis plays pretty solid. And you got 4 out of 5 offensive linemen with DJ Moore and 2 top 5 picks, and more than likely the ability to pick your own guy at quarterback. Jeremy, I'm not trying to disrespect Braxton Jones. I'm literally trying to sit on the fence. I like Braxton. I just want to speak from the perspective that acknowledges that he's not a tier 1 left tackle. He's not trying to be. I think he's like Leno. Like, I think that's awesome, by the way. Like, I think Braxton Jones is a really good rushing tackle that needs a little help in true pass sets. That's okay. But so, because that's the thing, Jay Sanders. I think that if Braxton's a swing tackle, then it's kind of like quarterback, where I think that if Braxton's a swing, then most teams have a swing starting, basically, right? Like, because that's the other thing, Donald. Lovingly, Greg's going to take the side of the Bears organization no matter what. Like, if he's a Bear and he's starting, he's a potential future All-Pro. And I love and respect that. But it can color the picture a little blue and orange instead of, and end you up disappointed. Why am I ever not just being a homer? Because I don't want to tell you Tyler Scott rules and then he doesn't get and then Tyler Scott goes out there and he doesn't catch for 80 yards, right? He doesn't even catch for 30. Like, and so that's all. Like, Jeremy, I tend to agree with you. Like, I think Braxton Jones is in that like very deep middle tier. And that's a good thing. That's hard to find, for crying out loud. Like, I would argue, I wonder why, Donald. But anyways, I just look at this, like, or I look at Braxton and I think there's so much value and I think he's a good player. And I promise you, Jeremy, there are plenty of channels that are going to come for Braxton Jones. This is not one of them. I may not tell you he's going to be an All-Pro, but I like Braxton Jones. The point that I'm trying to make here, everybody, is that if the Bears do move on from their coaches, and KP, I'm with you, I hope they do, the Bears are an actual attractive destination. Even more so, I'm not saying they should. But if they did change GMs too, and this head coach could pick whatever his favorite dude to come in and help him run the team, it gets that much more attractive. It gets that much more attractive. And Donald, that's my point. When I say another Leno, that is with a huge smile on my face. A huge smile on my face. Like, I think the value of an athletic tackle that may need a little help beyond 3 seconds is unbelievable, especially while he's on his rookie deal. Like, unbelievably helpful. Why throw the baby out with the bathwater? Especially when, Jeremy, tell those people to go look at Evan Neal and Ike Ekwonu. Just because you took the tackle high doesn't mean he's going to be a star. It doesn't. And man, how much would it suck, everybody? Imagine this, okay? Nobody wants to think about what would be, or nobody wants to think about what would happen if things didn't work out. But imagine the Bears draft Drake May, and he's good. Oh, he's good. And then with the third pick of the draft, they draft Oluf Fashanu over Marvin Harrison Jr. And he's not good. For one reason or another, Fashanu tears his right quad during training camp. Freak accident. But he never comes back from it. Right? People keep wanting him to, but he never does. And MHJ goes on to change the Cardinals' offense forever. Forever. This isn't even out of bounds. I just said the Bears took 2 picks and one of them's good, right? That would be pretty normal. And it's the quarterback. This could be much worse. But I'm saying, Donald, there are so many people that act like the offensive lineman is the safe choice. Go back and look at the registry of offensive linemen that have been taken in the first round. Tell me that choice is safe, right? And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. I look at this and I feel like the Bears have been slowly but surely solidifying that offensive line. Jay Sanders, it is tough to have 5 dudes on offensive line you actually like. Look at the Giants. I completely understand frustrations, but look at what Tyson Bagent's been playing with, honestly. Like, it's not as if Bagent's taken a billion sacks behind the same offensive line. And that's not me trying to just hunt for Justin Fields. Because if they draft Caleb Williams, you're going to end up with a bunch of sacks. Like, it's more to point out that and even then, Christopher, They didn't draft a quarterback. And I'm not counting Hendon Hooker. Like, it took 5 some odd years of drafting to get to that offensive line. And even then, they didn't end up in position to take that quarterback, right? And so I look at this Bears team and I think you have to, I think if the season ends up south, you have to take the quarterback when you get the chance. You kind of don't have another chance, right? You just passed on a quarterback last year. You got to take a quarterback this year. And then beyond that, Michael, you would hope that in free agency, you could grab yourself a Connor Williams or a Connor Williams-like, right? And then you'd hope that you can draft another interior lineman to go with that. And we haven't even mentioned that if Ja'Tyre Carter simply takes one more small step forward, you're pretty good. Like, not amazing. But like Jay Sanders, for instance, you say that, but go back and look at the Eagles, because I bet in your mind, you're thinking, hot dang, that Eagles offensive line is good. And I bet you're thinking, hot dang, that San Francisco 49ers line is good. And the linemen are pretty good. But you take a look at the background of all of those offensive linemen, you got 6th round picks. You got free agents that were just signed recently. You got guys that you've got Lane Johnson, who is, if memory serves, he's actually a relatively late find, but he's a future Hall of Famer, so he counts. Like, I look at this Jay Sanders, in my opinion, and I see Darnell Wright is the jewel that makes the crown work, right? And so if you've got, God forbid you have Darnell Wright and Tevin Jenkins stabilizes over time. If you did that, like, you can end up with Darnell Wright, Tevin Jenkins being like a very good line. Thank you, Matthew Brown. Thank you. I mixed them up. But so if you've got those two leading the line, you've got Nate Davis and Braxton Jones doing their part. You need one more offensive line add, and the offensive line's actually probably well above the waterline, especially if you improve the depth at all. And I would certainly hope that the Bears do. This isn't me trying to con you either. It's more pointing out that when you take a look at the rest of the offensive lines around the NFL, nobody's got 2 first-round picks. Nobody's got 2 first-round picks to tackle. Like, maybe one team does. But they wouldn't tell you those guys are playing like 2 first-round picks, right? That's all. That's all Jay Sanders is more. Do the Lions have 2 first? Okay. Lions might be, because I'm just now thinking this out. You're totally right. But who is that on the left side? Is that Luan? No. Right? Because I'm trying to remember who they specifically have. But either way, it's a guy well on to his 2nd contract. That's not like it really matters. It's not like that's a disprover. It's Decker. You're right. But exactly, Christopher, to some extent. And that's not to say you're bailing me out. It's more like with Decker, he's so far removed from his 1st-round status that I was just seeing him as a good player. But you're totally right. Like, that's 2 first-round picks. What I'm more pointing out than anything, I think, is that I think there's serious value in wide receiver afterwards. I think Coleman is not only a more valued player, but like, I think Coleman's just a better player than whatever the best edge rusher in like football, or not football. I think Keon Coleman is a better player than your favorite edge rusher from this last class, and he's the wide receiver too. And that's all I'm really trying to get at. In a world where there was a Myles Garrett, I would be advocating for Myles Garrett. In a world where there was, I guess there kind of is a Tristan Wirfs, but the Bears have this phenomenal right tackle that I think is doing a great job. And that is what I am predominantly looking for, is one guy that is the island tackle that makes the rest of your offensive line work. And so I can't help but think, because that's the thing, Jay Sanders. You mentioned, just imagine how dominant we are with legit monsters on our offensive line. It's possible the Bears are winning on the ground with Cody Whitehair and Lucas Patrick playing nearly every snap. I'm more trying to point out, Jay Sanders, I don't think you're looking at Braxton Jones saying that's why we're not winning. Like, I would rather make stronger moves to shore up depth and replace those interior positions where we aren't winning right now. Because that's the thing. Let's see. Unless we trade number one, we fill every hole in the offense. Pretty much exactly. Like, more than anything, Jay Sanders, like, I am never trying to say, let's have a bad offensive line. I think the idea of having monsters on your offensive line would rule, period. But at the same time, I can't help but wonder, what's this line going to look like when everybody's healthy? And are we ever going to get that? Anyways, we're big distracted, aren't we? There's more. There's more, right? Because Bears are going to check. I think this is first down. Bagent is going to run a little zone read. And ooh, does he get this linebacker? Pulls it. Pulls it. I love the idea that they pull this. And Matthew, I'm right there with you. I think Rome is killer. 6 comes flying across to follow the sift. How come, Bearski? You should be able to message me on Twitter. Is that not working? Did they take that away? No, I'm going to fix this right now, Bearski. Let's see. I care about you. Let's see. Do you have to follow me? Are you not following me? Let's see. Settings. Allow message requests. Oh, there it is. Try now. I didn't realize that Elon limited it to just verified. Silly. No, he's cuttable, Gongus. Thank you, Gongus, for letting me say a username like that just straight out loud. I need more usernames like Gongus in my chat. That's it right there. Let's see. Do we think we may keep Jenkins and Wright together? It's possible. Nate Davis has only been a right guard in his tenure. Solid block by it's not that crazy a block. It's not to say it's impossible. It's to say who knows. Oh man. You saw it, right? Do I really have to point it out? I'm going to play it live one more time, and then you know what I'm about to point out. This is one of my favorite plays in the game, and it looks way flashier than it actually is when you slow it down. But, oh my gosh, how hilarious is this? Like, Tevin Jenkins just comes flying out. Flying out. He is on the move. He is ready to kill, and this DB just has to go full Matrix mode. He basically pancakes himself so that he can avoid Tevin Jenkins blowing him up. And he's still, Jenkins still goes out there and gets a piece of him. Bang! Seriously, Jay Sanders. Goodness. That's how I feel, Sean. I love that thought, Eric. Sean, it's been an awful season for Nate Davis, but when he's been on the field, he's looked, I think, well beyond serviceable. He's looked good. I'm not going to go beyond that, but he's looked good. And I really appreciate that. Here's Tev getting off a combo block. Look, this isn't the most emphatic combo block you're going to see. But again, it's Tev in the hole by himself, basically. And he's able to take 20 and redirect him and keep the run play alive. And ultimately, it's other people who lose that don't make it work. Love Wright, but for those who missed this earlier, I'm still really concerned that that Darnell Wright's left shoulder seems like it is really struggling. We didn't obviously see this in college. I hope that's just clear, right? But it's wild I feel the same way, Donald, where it's he needs to get it healthy, and it's not going to get healthy until he gives it time to get healthy. He's clearly hurt. I'm wondering, Ben, if it's a labrum. A torn labrum makes so much sense at least from what I'm seeing. Here's one of the only sacks that Tyson Bagent actually takes. I'll tell you what is positive, Reinhardt. If there is anything positive about it, is that Wright is playing through it and actually looks serviceable. Like, I mean, I know not everybody in here is a huge fan of Pro Football Focus, but when Darnell Wright is able to turn out like a 70 passing block grade with one shoulder, like, round of applause, man. Even crazier, the Saints seem to know. It's if I have an inkling, the Saints know. And even still, he's able to keep it, or he's able to put out decent play, right? And Gongus, Jay Sanders, you guys are asking a great question. Why would they allow him to play hurt? The answer is Aviante Collins. And Prabhat, it doesn't help that, like you're saying, there's definitely that problem with other IR designations. But also, if you've got Braxton Jones subbing right now with Larry Borum, you're going to have a real problem when Darnell Wright sits down for your OT4. Silly as it sounds, Darnell with one hand like is playing better than plenty of tackles. And he's not playing the run especially well for obvious reasons. But what we're getting is helping. It is. Which is really sucks. Now, here's another play. This one, not as clear as the DJ Moore one, but all the same, I have an issue with it. Now, you know me. I'm picking nits, ticky-tack, because I want to give you guys things to think about. I would rather pick a nit that isn't there so that you chew on it, right? Than I would, or like you chew on it and maybe you think something different. Like the whole goal, honestly, when you watch these streams is that you come away going, I didn't think about that. At least once. That's why it's so long. Maximizes my opportunity, right? It's a joke. Bears are going to run basically double smash. This is not a perfect drawing, but it's corner route and then like a sit route of some kind. It's probably not that exactly because this part doesn't matter. The big key that I want you to look at is Cole Kmet's running a seam. What's this seam there for? It's because what do the Saints like to run? What do the Saints look like they're running, right? The Saints look like they're in cover 2, don't they? But also, with the way that this inside linebacker is sitting just inside Cole Kmet, you gotta think that Tampa 2 is on the menu. And if Tampa 2 is on the menu, Cole Kmet up the seam is a rep that we like, right? Bagent takes the snap. Bagent looks at Cole Kmet. It's Tampa 2. We've got our one-on-one. They're doing that thing again where they drop an extra guy, so it's actually Tampa 2 plus 1, basically. But we've got zones across the board. Maybe we get our whole shot, but the safeties are sitting over the top of it. What we like is Cole Kmet on the linebacker. And we are staring at it. 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 And we're just not going to throw it. And so Bagent does a good job of creating enough with his feet to get the ball away. It's 3rd and 14 in field goal range. So I'm not going to cry because we don't try the ball. I mean, the problem is Kmet's catching everything. Like, like what I'm sitting here thinking, Jordan, is it's a big boy throw. This is a certified big boy ball. But I would imagine that you want to see Cole Kmet get an attempt against a linebacker that's not looking for it. It's like a 15% completion. It's like you're not expecting it, but it's 3rd and 14. You've got as free a shot, I think, as you're going to get at this kind of thing. And you're hoping that your guy goes up there and makes a play. And I'm right there with you, Jordan, that like he's in there, that this would be a contested catch. Absolutely. But what I'm mostly just thinking out loud, schematically, this seam route is your answer. You can see both safeties fading away. As long as Davis doesn't pick you off, you're safe. You can float the ball up there. It's 3rd and 14. Give your guy a chance at 6. And if not, you're going to kick it. We don't even make it anyways, right? Like, it's totally just my take because the linebacker's not burnt. But at the same time, man, Jay Sanders, you want to talk about how excited you'd be if the Bears had monsters? I can't tell you how excited I would be if Tyson Bagent lofted this ball up to Cole Kmet and we saw Cole Kmet come down with his 3rd touchdown of the half. Like, I'm just saying, guys, if Cole Kmet came out in this game with a screw the haters moment and I pointed a ball over this linebacker and pulled it down, I know I am literally dreaming. This did not happen, right? But if that's what he did, you'd see a lot of people spin their opinion on Cole Kmet very fast. I assume. Maybe I'm assuming too much. But I'm with you in general, Jordan. I'm thinking that while the safety is ready-ish, if you get this ball, it may be an arm strength problem that he just doesn't have the arm to rip this ball, like to basically what is this spot of the field. But in my opinion, I'm going to say something harsh, cats. In my opinion, if you don't have the ball or the arm strength to rip a 40-yard relative rope, I mean, you can't be the long-term guy. And so it sucks. But at the same time, Jordan, why are we calling the play if he can't throw it? Like, that's where he's looking. He's sitting there thinking, I want it, but we don't have it. It's a bummer. Because if we can't run it, if we can look at it, but we can't think about it, like there's Bagent looking at it. He doesn't like it right there. Moves on to the other deep route. That's not there either. He basically checks it. But in Tampa 2, in my experience, that linebacker's your best bet. Rats. Boom. Read option. Bears did a ton of checking. They checked to a run nearly every chance they could. There's not a ton of other wild and crazy. Bears missed a field goal. Motion here. Nice rip to DJ, and he fumbles. And you could argue this was the beginning of the end, couldn't you? Like, Moore comes open, catches the ball, tries to make a play. Ball pops out. Second turnover of the day. Still wild to me that, yeah, you bet, Prabat. We'll see how much later we got. It's a short week, so one thing I'm trying to make or just be prepped for. Look, I ain't trying to quit on you guys. And you guys know I'm no quitter. But at the same time, the Thursdays are when I have to stay up so late because I got to record the post-game podcast after the game. Then I got to do then I got to write the DBB post-game article, which is an entirely separate article. And gosh, I'm going to need sleep for that. She's way too patient, Jordan. The hope is that we can parlay it into something at some point. But one thing that is not helping me, you guys let me know if I've got the right opinion of myself here. But my takes are a little too bombastic sometimes for beat writer, but they're not bombastic enough for content creator. Gosh, don't we all love the football scout? Don't we all love somebody who's willing and able to call every Bears offensive lineman that ever makes a play elite? I love it. Love you, Sanjeet. Like Darnell Wright, Tevin Jenkins, Braxton Jones. The Bears have 3 elite linemen. It's the capitalization. His analysis is great. but it's the titles that get me. They're right there with Tim Jenkins. Like, I wish, this is totally me just being an old soul, I guess, but I wish that we could title things on YouTube in ways that weren't just like the most over the top way possible of describing something. But Jay Sanders, I think that'd be sweet. I mean, whoever gets to start against Carolina might just have the easiest path to a win remaining on the schedule. Little plays like this are honestly the whole moxie of like what Bagent is, because he's able to be just athletic enough to jet out of a tackle, flick the ball to Cole Kmet, and then Cole Kmet charges uphill, and he gets a bunch of extra yards. Run action, play action. Bagent says there's got to be an athlete. I'm not about to say I love the combination. Donald, you in here? Second half. I'm just realizing this now. This play is a great example of why you can't run the same looks too often, right? Because if you can take a look, so I noticed that the Saints got a lot of hay out of having number 20 play linebacker. Now, Jordan may need to help me out because I don't know if number 20 plays linebacker for them all the time. That's a DB number. But he is ready on this play. You can see it, to attack the flat. Like, he's playing away from the back, right? Like, back's over here. Okay, so then if we're going to roll out, we're probably rolling out away from the back, right? So he's ready to attack the flat if they want to run anything that's like Kmet into the flat and DJ over the top, like the rollout package, right? That the Bears run all the time. Second half, the Saints had adjustments. We're on lock, right? And we're excited that Kmet has what is nearly an impossible block as he tries to dig out 96, but Granderson just works away from him. Like, Granderson stays so tight and so frosty on exactly what's coming that he gets away, and he and Bagent have to just figure something out. Kudos to Bagent for making it work. But what I'm more pointing out, Donald, is that this is a Jimmy's and Joe's moment. The Saints won the X's and O's because they adjusted to the play call you called so good earlier in the game. Was a good play call, but it's more to point out that you can't spin the same wheel the entire game, and that's part of the shame of it. You have to find ways to counterpunch to when the Saints are going to play this exact style of zone defense that's ready to play a little bit of match coverage. There are ways, and if I sat down and thought about it, I'm sure I could think of something, but I did not come ready for this. But there are ways to punish the fact that the Saints are now playing too light in the box, have like really high shell up top, 5 very, very, very wide. But the Bears' counter punches are more like, let's run that punch from earlier again. And thankfully, they've got some guys that come through and make plays. But you start to see why the offense gets so gummed up in the second half of a lot of these games. Because even in Denver, the Denver defense adjusted after getting railroaded. The Washington defense adjusted after getting run over. They just didn't adjust quite enough. And DJ Moore made a hell of a play at the end of the game. The Bears losing steam in the second half is a despicably common theme, actually. And it's like we talked about earlier, getting to play. Not only, Joe, is it not an offense that can't play from behind, but getting to plan B is just not something this offense is good at. They don't pivot to the adjustment well. Here's another look at the right side. By the way, exactly, Eric. I didn't realize they were the lowest scoring team in the third quarter, but I'm not surprised. Darnell Wright's able to put some weight on his right shoulder and drive this guy on the kickout block, but then watch Tevin Jenkins, who goes out there and gets another huge run block, just overpowers his dude, eats the pancake himself, but gets him so far out of the run lane. Honestly, if Tyler Scott gets us or I think is it Mooney at this point? No, Mooney gets a good block. It's Tyler Scott, where if Tyler Scott gets a piece of his man, like you've got Foreman who could run somebody down. And it is Matthew. It's a big problem, honestly. Bears go QB sneak. They're happy they get it. Woo. How you doing? Man coverage. What do we want to do? Out of man coverage. Boom. Easy. Tell you what. Darnell Mooney. Just saying. Like, Bears are going to run a play that I don't think makes any sense. So, like, normally you look at two receivers. What are you thinking? Like, football heads in the chat. What are you thinking? I would be thinking switch release, right? Where you're going to have DJ Moore run here and then out. And then you're going to have Tyler Scott cross the middle of the field and run, I don't know, something like that. Maybe something like that. It doesn't really matter. Right now, focus on these two, okay? Because they don't do that at all. Tyler Scott is going to run straight up and straight out. And then DJ Moore runs a slot fade over the top of that. It's not like the receivers do a bad job. But as far as defending it goes, it literally just looks like this. And if the defenders stay tight to it the entire time. And it sure helps that the guy pressing DJ Moore realizes that pressing DJ Moore is harder than you think, even though it's not like the Bears right now have a quarterback that they're thinking can just rainbow the ball to the other side of the field. I digress. Point is that it does bum me out a little that even though the receivers do a decent job, none of this shows any confusion within the within alignments, especially when you know you're getting like man for crying out loud. I would think that you'd want to confuse or naturally pick some of the men, but that's kind of my point. Like, Bearski, we're on the same page, I think, where the fact that there's basically no picking action at all is just bizarre to me. It's bizarre to me personally. It's totally just my opinion, but it is wild when you really start to notice how little confusion any of this creates. The good news, Darnell Mooney gets a wiggle and crosser, and he just dusts his guy. Like, let's walk through that one again. Like, little bit of footwork, bang, we are gone. 3-yard separation. Kudos to Cole Kmet for blatantly cheating once again. I unironically love a good cheater. That's hilarious. I only just know. I only just noticed Cole's going to just reach his arm out and be like, yeah, what if you didn't though? But yeah, Mooney, pop, wide open. Easiest first down of the game for Tyson Bagent, honestly. It's more like, to me, Bearski, it's funny that you mentioned like it doesn't make any sense. At least to me, it's just not nuanced, right? It's painting by the numbers. Is that a decent way to put it? Like, Jordan, what do you think? Just because I always do appreciate your opinion. It's basic. It's like taking the formation and going, it's as if we're going to take this and we're going to say, oh man, well, the Saints, they like to run a lot of cover 2 or cover 4. And if they're going to run cover 4, then you could throw this. And if they run cover 2, well, then the slot fade, that should be open. But without any switching, it's just, you're not going to influence blown coverages, right? Like, for everybody on the stream, it's a little higher level. I'm frankly speaking just a little out of my depth, but like it's as much as anything else, you're not going to create, because Jeremy, that's actually exactly what I'm answering. Why can't the Bills have fun, explosive offenses like the Bills and the Bengals and the Dolphins? Why must we always fight tooth and nail? It's partially because the Bears aren't doing anything confusing. In this case, all 3 of the Bears' routes are true mano a mano. And I like the Bears receivers enough, but like, why are we helping the defense out in this case? We are allowing them to cover us pretty much however they want to. Like, if this guy nailed down and this guy shifted over and they played, it wouldn't have been impossible, right? Like if the Bears play or if the Saints played a cover 3 roll look where they just rolled everybody here and then they had 29 come up and maybe they have let's say this guy drop off and watch for Mooney there, this guy drop off and he's going to check for Mooney over there after checking this side. Like none of this would be that crazy with him driving into the flat and maybe he's got DJ Moore on an alert. At that point, this play is over, right? Like I totally know that I just drew a bunch of crap on the screen, but it's more like this play works when you're very, very simplistic and think to yourself, well, if we get this coverage or that coverage, we like it. And if we don't, well, then we'll just check for Darnell Mooney, who's totally going to win. I'm glad he wins because if he doesn't win, we're out of options. And that's partially because our alert read or our one read, whatever they've got here, I would assume that this is like one with an alert that you could pick pre-snap and then two. But it's not that Robert's trying to tell you this is a bad play. It's trying to tell you that even when this worked, you don't see it confusing the opponent. You see guys winning. And I'm down for guys winning. But this would be the definition of taking what the defense gives you more than creating a seam and creating space. I hope that makes sense and that I didn't just complain for pretty much nothing, but you get it. Like, exactly. Like the staple and base concepts that all kinds of these other offenses are running. I mean, we watched it just last week, Jordan. The Bears got smoked by hitch after hitch after hitch after hitch after hitch with Kellen Moore, but they were all run with phenomenal anticipation and timing. And so it works. Instead, with the Bears, you have a quarterback that isn't always sure he knows what he's looking at, regardless of which one it is. Receivers that don't seem to always get their routes right. We're going to target running backs as like one of our leading options in empty sets for some reason, among other things. Like there's just all these weird hiccups. And I'm with you, O'Shea, where it sure to me looks like that deep ball to DJ is open. But on 3rd and 4, we've seen like it's still a low percentage ball because you're going to miss a lot. But most quarterbacks don't just casually hit a 30-yard slot fade. And so taking the over route to DJ Moore doesn't bother me at all. But I totally get where you're coming from. Run play. I think, is this Braxton who just gets beat here? Yeah, more or less. Braxton gets beat here. Darnell Wright can't stop 20. It's a little of all of it. Q, I saw you in here. You saw it too. It sucks watching Wright's left shoulder. Like, it's so funny the way that worked out. Because on one hand, watching that against the Raiders was like, oh my gosh. Darnell Wright is playing Max Crosby with one arm. What a stud. But as it keeps going, it's like, oh no, the league is figuring it out. This sucks. Right? Now, I got a question for you. I got a question for you guys. So the Bears are running a similar bunch play to what we talked about. And hey, good news to Bagent. This is totally open, and this is a perfectly good play. Okay? Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Fields throws it to Kmet. You need a pretty live arm, but this guy can pick it off if you're Tyson Bagent, unfortunately. But is Darnell Mooney open? Should you look at him first? Or do you think the Bears were just so confident with Tyson or with Tanyan sitting down that's why Tyson Bagent immediately shifted? Because I would imagine this would be a progression. 1, 2, 3, right? Maybe it's not. Could not be. But Mooney's totally there in this window right here. You seed this ball pretty much right now, you could absolutely get there. But it's a hard throw. Like, it's not wide open. And I'm not going to really, truly whine and moan about hitting the underneath throw, especially when to call a guy out. Fields isn't throwing to Tanyan here. And if he does, I would have stood up and clapped. But he's passed on that throw more than once at this point. I think there's a non-zero chance that Fields works to the check down at this point. Like, I think Fields throws it to Roshan. Maybe Roshan beats the guy. Hard to know. But then we're looking up on film later and we're going, ooh, could he have thrown it to Tanyan? And people go, I don't know, it's pretty covered. Because that's what we do when the quarterback turns it down. And I'm with you, Donald. A completion is a completion. It's more that if we're skipping reads, I want to know why. That's all it is, Bearski. Like, it's process versus results. If we're skipping reads, I want there to be a good reason. Why aren't we throwing it if it's there? Right? That's all. Because if we do it once, we've seen this with Fields, we're going to do it again. And there's absolutely questions about this coaching staff. I have a lot of questions about this coaching staff. But we do have to take what's given to us, especially when it's a little on the chunkier side. But it's a problem we're seeing from now both quarterbacks in this offense. Here's an ugly moment where Bagent and the running back basically just bump into each other, but we're able to get it out to him. Evans goes and gets us a little bit. Fans. I think Braxton's relationship with the edge is hilarious. He's basically just going to have to compete with his feet. Maybe a little bit of his hurt, or of it is him being hurt, but step up in the pocket and a guy wide around the edge is no problem. In theory, Bearski, it's not gambling. It's just hitting your chunk windows. But I get what you mean. It can feel an awful lot like gambling when when your quarterbacks seem like they throw interceptions on way more of those plays. Like, nope, no question there. But remember how during the Matt Nagy era, whenever Mitch would target it deep, it was like a 10% completion percentage, no matter how open guys were. But you rarely threw interceptions on those balls down the sidelines and way deep. They just, they weren't completions either. Here's your Deontay Foreman run moment of the day. Cuts up field, breaks 2 tackles. Derrick Henry stiff arm, not quite, but Derrick Henry like the stiff arm. Bump, bump, bump. I'll take your soul. There you go. This angle's going to be even better. Good job by Braxton to just sit on his man. Bang. Honestly, the film we've watched so far, Patrick didn't play like that badly. Here we're going to go. Running backs in empty, baby. Oh, somebody held on the last one. And then this is where, once again, this has now happened a couple times, where Braxton in particular, hey, I'll tell you what. Braxton doesn't false start like a chump. Braxton false starts full. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I've seen so many plays where they go like little bitty shimmies. To Jordan's point, because Jordan's talking about how nothing in this offense seems like it's really well oiled. Braxton now has 3 false starts in 3 games, if memory serves, and all of them are full stance jumps. Like, complete miscommunications, right? For one reason or another, Braxton was certain they were on one. And I don't know why they are or aren't. But everybody else reacts to the snap. I have no idea. I'm not going to pretend to know. But it is really, I'm basically operating, because I hear all these people talk about penalties with Braxton Jones, and I'm like, so we know the coaching is bad. And Braxton keeps making a very explainable mistake of, what if the cadence wasn't well explained? Basically. I don't know. Maybe I'm caping. But the guy isn't wincing. The guy isn't flinching. he is flying out of his stance at the wrong cadence. I have no idea what's happening. This run's pretty sweet. It's got some almost crunchy elements to it. At least I've heard the play called crunch, where you're going to have everybody basically wrap around each other. Try to basically wiggle and confuse a bunch of gaps. It can get all kinds of defenders just moving in random areas, and it sure helps break Foreman. Man, if he breaks that tackle. Q, I've been wondering. You and I have talked about this before offline, but like it feels obvious that Darnell Wright is more than willing to just, so this isn't a great play example, but Braxton's going on the cadence. Darnell Wright seems as if he watches for the first reaction that he sees, and that keeps him out of false starts. Where Wright, actually, not a bad example on this play. Wright is willing to be way late if it means not false starting. I wonder if that's a learned trait, because it's not a good trait. You want everybody starting on time. But Darnell Wright is very comfortable just being tardy and letting that get him through his penalties, to be honest. I think it's interesting, but maybe you do, maybe you don't. There's one throw I want to get to. Yeah. Braxton or Darnell? Darnell is yeah, exactly. Darnell is woefully late there. Tevin's got to just, all right. Hey, I got to go here, dude. He just eats it. Bunch of people lose up front anyways. It doesn't really matter. There's like one more throw I really want to get to. Is there anybody in here that didn't see when we talked about the INTs? Look, we can talk about the last couple drives, but going through every play really is exhausting because past a certain point, I don't want to be like, it doesn't matter. But the Bears offense is certainly nothing cool. Like, I hate to be that guy. But totally, I got you. But so give me the plays that you want to see from the rest of the offense, because there's one more coming up that I want to watch, but that's it. Look at Darnell with one hand. Look at this man with one hand, man. No worries, AC. It's more that I want to pop to the defense for at least a little bit. Bagent scrambles, 3rd and 7. This is my favorite play of the game. I'm not even kidding with you. If you want to be positive about Tyson Bagent, this is the play. And it's not because it's amazing. It's because of the window. Okay? It is the red zone. It is 3rd and 7. Okay? We have seen for a long time that in tight red zone areas, if there's not a lot of space, Fields isn't throwing the ball, right? The Bears are going to run just a basic high-low with Mooney in the backfield. So they're going to run sail, flat, right? Tyson Bagent is going to see the corner sit underneath, and he's just going to throw it. Like, he's just going to rear back as soon as he sees him cutting, and he's just going to throw the football. And it's not that this throw is amazing. It's actually a little behind DJ Moore. I think that DJ has a much easier time coming down with this if it's pushed a little further towards the pylon, right? But what really matters here is that Bagent hits the back of his drop, throws the football into a tight NFL window, and gives his best player a chance to make a hell of a play for him. Doesn't work out here. A good Saints defense and an imperfect ball take away the option. But like you're saying, Donald, it's good. This is process. not results. We've been saying process over results a lot. This is process. I am a fan. I love this. If if I'm going to get excited about any play, it is the fact that we see the high low, we attempt the high low, and we do it in time that we can get it there with our arm. The like I'm not having to complain about timing on a play like this. If anything, part of me wonders just looking at this whether Bagent intended for him to just run underneath it and it's DJ Moore that read the ball in the air and thought he needed to go high point the thing. I don't know. I'm not on the football field, right? But it's the fact that we're putting a ball into the window and taking our chance that gets us that much closer to good quarterback, to making a play, than hoping that scrambling and creation after the fact can always get us what we want. That's really what I'm looking at. And which play, or Jay Sanders, which play in particular? Because was it a hole shot or was it a fade? Because I've seen Justin throw touchdowns to Moore off of fades, for instance. Or you talk about the Washington one, which was a one-on-one route where he posted it up like the Washington game. Because the main thing that I really care about on a play like this, main thing, is that we're layering the throw over the corner. Like the big key that I'm looking at is that we've got a corner sitting underneath and we have to throw it over him. Is the main, like that's where the window comes in. Because without this, like without him there, oh man, dude, we are just super open. Like that would be a throw that we would want nearly anybody to make. But let me see. When you say when Moore tiptoes the line, is it Washington? Like help me remember because I got the tape right here. We could nearly watch any of them. Just for compare and contrast if we wanted to go there. And that's not me trying to start a fight. I just like the idea. Let me see. Because if we've got Chicago's offense right here, if you can remember which game it's in, we can dig it up. Was it? I don't think it was Denver. Because remembering Denver, I would have sworn that it played out differently. It's this one, right? That's the truth, O'Shea. Every once in a while, Fields has layered a throw or two, but nobody comes down with it. Man. But let's see. We'll go back to, so not that one. In that case, let's see here. Justin Fields stats. Wait a minute. DJ Moore stats. Yeah, but that was something between a whole shot and a blown coverage. And that's not me trying to steal anything from him. I just remember looking at that play thinking, what on earth is the safety doing? Washington, he's got 3 touchdowns. Denver, Moore has 1. Was it Denver? Let's see. The one to Denver, or the whole shot to Moore came early. Moore played pretty much entirely on the left side. Let's see. Because that's this one. Where he certainly gets it over a corner. But I believe you, it's on the right side. We're going to fish this thing out. We're too invested now. Let's see here. I just feel like one of those 80s robots that's just staring at a bunch. Oh, man. Oh, this is the one you're talking about. Oh, yeah, Jay Sanders. This is funny, if only because it is technically a one-on-one man route, but it is a hell of a throw. Like, this is a much more physically impressive throw, right? This is a great example, Jay Sanders, of how the minutia of football it can create different conversation, even though both people are right, right? Like, Tyson Bagent wishes, I honestly believe, that he could throw a football so easily to the deep corner off of a play like this. But it's not into zone coverage. This is totally one-on-one man coverage. I mean, it's close enough because this nickel corner is on an alert. I have a feeling that they would call this cover 3 match. It doesn't matter. Like, at the end of the day, you've got man following man, and it creates this gaping pool of space that Moore is able to win, work back for the ball, catch it, and just sweep himself legal. And that works. The throw is pretty as heck. Like, honestly, Fields' ability to just rip these balls and land them is awesome. Awesome. And it's always fun going back to Fields after a lot of Bagent, if only because we talk a lot about arm strength, but this looks so easy. Ball just explodes out of his hands, but it's a different throw. And so, at least if, in my opinion, to get excited about, is it the one you were thinking of, Jay Sanders? Like, just to be sure we're on the same page, because it's a similar throw, but it's not the same throw, which is what gets so interesting to me about when we really start drilling into football stuff left and right. It's not one better than the other, because God knows that Bagent would love to be able to throw a football like Fields can, honestly. But I'm excited about a timing window that gets attempted here, and hopefully they're able to complete the next one. To then finish this out, let's talk about the last 2 INTs and the fumble. Bears don't move the ball much. Oh, no, it's this one, isn't it? So we talked about this a little earlier, but the Bears go 5 wide. For some reason, they want Tyson Bagent to drop and read Deontay Foreman on, well, it's not Foreman on a go. They want to read DJ Moore on this inside route and then work back to Mooney on a slant. And the slant's there the whole time. That's not an issue. He looks at Moore. It takes him a hot second to realize he doesn't like it. You would almost wonder if other quarterbacks would tell you they want you to take a quick look at this and be like, hell no. And then hit the back of your drop and work back one hitch sooner. But that's like really, really pulling teeth. And I'm not trying to go there. But then by the time Bagent throws this, we're definitely a little late because you're hoping to let this thing go. We actually saw this with Sam Howell, didn't we? You're hoping to let this thing go right around here so that Mooney can run into the ball as he clears the linebacker. Instead, we release this again about a hitch too late, and it's just late enough that an NFL safety can close on it. Now, if we do throw the ball bravely past this linebacker, like earhole him, and set this thing out in front of Mooney, I think we're still able to make the play. But with the ball a little late, a little behind, and the read asking a little too much out of the quarterback, the throw never had a chance. And honestly, the safety shows off the range of an NFL defensive back. It is a cruel sport, especially for quarterbacks. Snap. Lot of read. And it doesn't help anything that when you look at Bagent's mechanics, we've seen this a lot, haven't we? Bagent's feet are pointed this way. His throw is trying to go this way. Unsurprisingly, the throw pulls a little bit this way, doesn't it? Boom. Just a little behind where I have to imagine he wanted it. Safety comes away with it. INT number 2. And also, not to be the worst, Everybody, you can go ahead and comment. Robert's the worst. My brother does it all the time. But if you ever wondered why Robert was being such a pill about Bagent's footwork earlier in the last bunch of starts, that play was pretty much why. Like, just because when Bagent's feet aren't synced up with where he's throwing the football and he's throwing it with entirely upper body, you're going to get moments where the accuracy isn't what you want it to be. Nah, I got you, Bearski. Don't you worry. Like, and when the accuracy isn't there, like, when the accuracy is just a little imperfect, it's amazing how quickly the NFL can take advantage. If scary. You know how it is, Jordan. The worst. It doesn't help again because Bagent pretty much falls victim to the same problem. Here, I legitimately wonder if fatigue set in because it doesn't look like, I'm not a quarterback guru, but it doesn't look on this play like Bagent gets his hips all the way through the ball. Instead, it almost looks like he's fading away as he lets this ball go. And again, it's just too far inside. Looks like he doesn't rotate his shoulder over far enough and leaves the ball too far inside for a Scott that's open. It's not anticipatory, but it's throwing into an NFL window all the same when you've got a guy clearing it out, because by the time the ball gets there, Scott's pretty much all alone. But like you're saying, Reinhardt, it's all arm. It's all arm. He's not pushing or he's not driving with his lower body nearly at all. I don't know if Fields attempts this throw, but if Fields could be taught to attempt this throw, I would expect this to be a throw Fields completes, because Fields does really do a good job of driving with his back hip and placing the ball. I'm not going to finish that one because that part. Fields' placement can kind of be weird sometimes. It's like it's catchable a lot. Is it perfect? Not as often as maybe we want to think. But either way, you could see pretty clearly from this angle that Scott has nearly no chance to fish this ball out. And he doesn't. Like, it's just too far behind. It's just too far behind him. Bummer. Now you got me curious, Jordan. All right, we're going to go to the dark stream. All right. I think we'll watch some car. But also, now I want to know. It won't take me long. So maybe if I stall for long enough, let's watch some defense. But Jordan, you just got me to pull the Tennessee footage because now I want to see it. I haven't watched him outside of a broadcast, and I think it could be a lot of fun. Honestly, I wonder if it does. Like, if only because, well, people want to see the defense. And that's the thing, Reinhardt. If Jay Cutler had a successor, but man, Jay Cutler was fun time. Oh, I hate starting on plays like these, right? When the first rep is just immediately giving up a completion, what a bummer. I'll tell you what, one thing that bugs me is just watching the difference between the way these guys will play corner, right? Like, I'll tell you what, I said this at the top of the show. I say this in tomorrow's podcast. Tyreek Stevenson looked sick, tired, maybe both. Like, I don't know what the deal is, but you watch him compared to Jalen Johnson. You watch him compared to him. Like, he just doesn't even look competitive. Why aren't we rerouting the guy? Like, why aren't we playing physical DB? Everybody else out here is playing physical DB. Elijah Hicks is playing physical DB, for crying out loud. Jalen Johnson, physical DB at the top of the route stem. But Tyreek is just letting the guy go. And sure, you could say he's breaking inside on a cover 3 package. What do you expect? But I think we can do better. Like, even so, Reinhardt, like, I totally know he rolled his ankle because you can see it and it gets him. But early on, like, this isn't even the Tyreek Stevenson we're used to, in my opinion. But like you're saying, Jordan, the mid-year slump is how rookies go in this defense. It's a bummer. I tend to hope that the next staff will get more out of him. But also, he's learning important rookie moments or whatever. But like, he just looks bummed out almost. Maybe it was Reinhardt. If so, yikes. What I look for, Donald, to me, Tyreek has given us too many weeks of good tape that I'm excited about. Like, too much solid physicality, too much clear explosiveness. In this game, like Reinhardt's saying, it looks like he got chewed out before he played at all. And so he just plays soft the entire game that he's in, anyways. Man, I love me a quarterback that could just flick his wrist and let the ball go. Silly as it is, I only mostly point out Carr, not on this play, because it doesn't matter. It's nothing important. But because I swear there are some of these plays where if a Bears quarterback made it, Bears fans would freak out. And that's, to me, really the Carr line as I see it. Because this is solid by Jack Sanborn, just rolling up. You have to wonder, honestly, Jordan, I think that's an interesting idea. I think it's a good call. But I'm also right there with, I'm right there. Oh, this is a good rep by Justin Jones. You're not going to hear that often. So soak it up. Like, pass rush rep, gets the hands off. Doesn't disrupt the play, but there you go. 3rd and 5. I don't know what Tyreek's doing here. Like, okay, so first let's watch the guy who ultimately makes the play. Spider-Man. And I love the fact that we actually get a reroute, for crying out loud. Oh my gosh. Kyler Gordon playing with physicality? Yes, please. Yes, please. He needs to. Get your hands on Chris Olave. Ride him up the field. If he's going to make a catch, he's going to make an impossible one. And my favorite part is actually this little bitty reroute at the top. Olave starts looking for the football, so Kyler gets his hands on him and leans that way, right? Push him out. Route finishes. Olave's nowhere near the ball. That's that, right? But AC, plays like this, honestly, this happens week 1, it's one thing. But watch Stevenson on this play. Because it sure looks like the Bears are running cover 3. And he like follows 13, but then sort of loses gas. Probably because he sees the ball in the air and he's watching Carr. And I totally get that. But he's like blown coverage out of place. Like, he's so not near the receiver that it is, I think, bizarre. Now, natural pick. This isn't near as bad as I remembered it being, but you end up with a receiver hilariously open, just given the lack of bodies. And it's not like it would have been anybody specific, but it looks like Tyreek Stevenson is acting like I do after I unhealthily start another Dark Souls playthrough and wake up the next day with 4 hours sleep. I don't know what Stevenson was doing. I don't know what's going on in Stevenson's life, but this game in particular, he just didn't look ready to play. And the injury happens later, which isn't good, but you start out and you're like, oh my gosh, where'd my guy go? But so also want to quickly throw a shout out to good old 98. He looks big and long, man. Like, I understand that Montez Sweat's deal is going to get critiqued for days, but like, for a lot of NFL quarterbacks, you flash a little bit of color and they're going to throw the football for you. And I'm not saying Sweat creates the throw, but he certainly doesn't look towards receiver number 2. And I'm pretty sure it's because Sweat is long arming him just close enough that Force says, I don't really want to hold the ball anyways, and throws it out of bounds. Oh, it's super tough, Jordan, but at least we're pushing the guy back towards the quarterback and generating a throw. We got a low bar here in Chicago. We got a low bar here in Chicago. Taysom Hill balled. Taysom Hill had himself a game. Sanborn does a really good job fighting through this, by the way. Nobody else really does nearly anything. But, like, look at Sanborn taking on an offensive lineman and, like, low-key kind of winning. Sanborn hits him with a little bit of a, gosh, is that like a stutter almost? Like, little hand stutter, gets underneath, and at least slows Taysom down for everybody else to rally. He's like Cam, but he only plays like 15% of snaps. Seriously. What's crazy to me, Reinhardt, is when he just jumps in and then instantly he gets a good play. Jordan, we're going to watch at least a drive or two. We have to. Feel obligated to. It's still just cover two. Like, the Bears aren't doing anything. I think that's what's going to probably frustrate most of you guys is, like, this is Senior Bowl tape. Like, at the Senior Bowl, they actually give defensive coordinators a list of 4 or 5 coverages, but I think it's just 4 coverages that they're allowed to call. You can go cover 3, you can go cover 4, you can go cover 2, and I think you can go cover 1 if you want to. That's it. There's no cover 6. There's no palms. There's no read coverage. There's no rip Liz. There's no blitz. That's it. Like, you can call an incredibly limited number of pass defense like coverages. The Bears run a defense like it's out of an all-star game. I mean, you watch some of this stuff and it's just not that surprising. Now, it's intriguing eval tape, I guess you could say, because it is all really, really basic, but that's the nicest thing I could say about it. And you do get tired of watching it because the Bears defense just allows opponents to matriculate their way down the field. And sure, they're going to try here and there to do something a little different, but then, gosh, it's just so bad. Like, here it looks like they're running cover 3 again, except they're going to have Kyler Gordon play the third high safety. And so then quick little divot right here to Hill gets wide open. Gosh. Rookies don't get us much here. I would love to see Dexter play more snaps, but that's mostly because I am kind of entering like, hey, let's give the kid a chance to play his way onto like into the future. I can't imagine they're going to give Pickens more snaps because he's continuing to back up the position of the best player on the defense. Well, I guess now the second best player on the defensive line. But man, look at Sanborn, man. Where has this been? Like, this is what's so funny to me. What do the Bears defense need? A downhill attacker. What are they going to lose in coverage? They'll figure it out. But in the run game, they needed a linebacker that can just attack downhill, and that's just not Tremaine, which is, of course, Reinhardt, though. That's my problem. I think Sanborn makes the coaching staff look so bad because it's never been Edmonds' game. Whenever I made any Twitter threads, whenever I wrote any articles, you can go back and look, Reinhardt. This was never Edmonds' game. If they wanted Edmonds to be this guy, they did not evaluate him. They did none of their homework, and a guy on the internet better predicted what Edmonds would be in this defense playing Mike linebacker than they did. And I would say that's pretty bad. Like, Sanborn is to me an indictment on how they want their backers to play. To me, it's not an issue with Edmonds. I think Edmonds can be a really sick piece in a modern defense. But the fact that they want a downhill attacker, like they want a downhill linebacker is just not Tremaine. Maybe you could have Tremaine play Will, but everybody in this staff knows that the Will doesn't get enough coverages or doesn't get enough meaningful coverage assignments, and they want the huge dude in the middle of the field. Look at this, though. Sanborn slips this block so pretty. Like, pop, pop. Bang. To be totally serious, D, like, Sanborn also, we do need to give a little shout out to the ever feisty Kyler Gordon. His run fits, even as a rookie, he has always worked his butt off in the run game. Now, Kyler's definitely. So I've basically in my off time just become a Chiefs fan. It's fun. Sue me. Like when I'm not obsessed with the Bears, which is always, to be fair. I spent a bunch of time watching the Chiefs, and my gosh, watching Kyler's former running mate, Trent McDuffie, he's awesome. McDuffie's so fun to watch. But seriously, Reinhardt, getting back to the topic at hand, it feels that way because to what you're saying, Donald, I feel like they found a linebacker that fit everything they wanted and more in Jack Sanborn, and then they replaced him with a player on a defensive line that desperately needed more talent, but he cost a defensive lineman's salary, so of course they couldn't do it. It's just a bad rep. It's Tampa 2, and I get that. But if they're going to give Jalen Johnson the, if they're going to give Jalen Johnson the freedom to press, it makes me sad that they either didn't give him the freedom or didn't give Tyreek the freedom to press, or they just had him line up across, because that is a route on air. And to me, that is unacceptable. And Tyreek's unwillingness to get in this tackle, too, as 22 comes over, like kind of just staying out of the way. This is part of where I looked at Tyreek Stevenson today and was like, oh, I'd have benched him too. Like, he's playing terribly. He doesn't look like himself. I think we'd agree. He must have gotten chewed out by the coaches, or again, he might be sick for all I know. Like, for all I know, he and the rookies went out to drink and he unintentionally had a drink of Terrell Smith's like water or something. And suddenly he's coming down with mono, but hasn't told anybody. I don't know. And I'm not actually going to speculate. I was using that as a wild and crazy tinfoil hat example, right? But it was bizarre to me watching some of these early reps and being like, Tyreek, man, what are we doing? Hopefully that gets cleaned up. Because that's as easy as it gets. Carr just hits the back of his drop and throws. Spagnola's defense is so interesting. Like, everybody keeps saying that they're running a bunch of man coverage, but all this man pass off that they do, Jordan, I don't know what the technical term would be, but like where they'll have, because Spagnola will basically have guys where if you line up in a bunch set, they'll play two DBs over the top of it, like I'm sure you've seen. But if the wide receivers run a switch release, then these two will trade, which to me reflects all the beauty of pattern match zone, right? But everybody keeps calling it man. And I'm like, I mean, that's been zone every time I learned it in the Fangio system. But so it's a beautiful mix of all the aggressive man coverage any of the people that are currently keep talking about football want, while still getting all the beautiful like zone ability of pattern match, which is awesome. And I'm with you, Reinhardt. Mono sucks. The idea that we're still like that the hope is that Terrell is going to end up like that they're still acting as if Terrell might play for them feels like they don't understand how mono works. And it's just so difficult to honestly to even get out of bed when you've got mono. Another rep, it's cover 3, but it's just completely non-competitive. Like, this is the Tyreek Stevenson I imagine that a lot of fans on Twitter kept thinking they were seeing. It's why I haven't mentioned him in the public forum, because it's like not fair. He looks so out of sorts. That's just not even, you're not stopping anything. We're not using our hands at all. I have to wonder if he got told that he wasn't allowed to use his hands because he's been taking too many penalties. If it is, that's just weak coaching. Like, coach it less. Don't take it away because now we can't defend anything. Cheat Code Hill doing Cheat Code Hill things. Justin Jones, for as much grief as everybody gives Justin Jones, he's actually not playing horrible ball lately. Like, he will make a play or two. It just doesn't really matter. Kudos to Montez Sweat for fighting through a double team to hold the edge out here. But it's not enough. I don't think it's enough. No, it's not. 1st and 9. What did I do, D? I got to come on now? Did I say something? Oh, Justin Jones? Are you talking about Justin Jones? Oh, he's bad. Don't get me wrong. But he will actually make a play or two. He really will. I'm still down. Still totally down to play Dexter. But I would tell you if I thought the film said he was putrid. After that game the other week, the Raiders, I think it was, I was like, oh my God, Justin Jones is on fire. And he's kind of remained at a decent level, but anytime you double team him, he's just blown off the ball. That's a whole separate discussion. Good on you, TJ Edwards. Bang. Sit down, Taysom. The big problem, Donald, is that Justin Jones is an okay 3-tech at a position that requires you to be at least very good with a extra boost if you're transcendent. As much as that may sound like I'm joking, I'm not. And I think you know what I mean. Montez Sweat is a very good edge rusher, which makes him pretty much as low as you get to be a solid edge rusher in the relative scale of the NFL. Like, that's the lowest acceptable player. Because edge rushers are just outrageous. Like, the Khalil Mack is probably like the 10th best edge rusher in ball. And Khalil Mack is Khalil Mack. He's still playing well too. Like, it is insane what it takes to be good at some of these spots. And so, to your point, to both of our points, Justin Jones in a vacuum is a pretty good interior defensive lineman. But as the 3-tech for this defense, he leaves a ton on the table because he's not amazing. Seriously, Jordan. Seriously. The edge rushers in this game are just crazy. Crazy, crazy good. There's Tyreek making a tackle. And this is where I think he gets hurt. Like Reinhardt, you mentioned it's the 3rd drive. I think it's right here. Tyreek hits the deck, and TJ Edwards steps right on his ankle. And then he reaches for it. It takes him a minute. I am not pro football doc. But at least what I'm seeing, it looks like his ankle gets caught and twinged in that pile. And a bad day, because it was already not good, just starts to get worse. 3rd and 8. You want to see something fun? It has been, AC. Let's see. Okay, so let me see if I can get this set up. Let's see. What week did I do this? Was it week 7? I have an idea. This is going to be cool if it works. All right, welcome to how I do this. I look for the first frame of the ball movement. Then I'm going to move this here. It's going to be cool if I can do it. There we go. All right. How long does it take Kyler Gordon before he's finally beat? 3.16 or 136. Do you know how frustrating that would be as a DB? The Bears have sent 6 rushers. I'm pretty sure. Like, I guess they don't send Sanborn, but then he gets involved anyways. But we're sending a 5-man blitz, and we can't create any pressure in 3.136 seconds. And that's before we've thrown the ball. Chris Olave gets to run a full 4.2 second route. 4.2 seconds. And people want to blame Kyler. Like, I'm not trying to call Kyler some psycho crazy lockdown corner, but you can understand why I'm going to bat for the DB here, right? Like, it is too much time on a blitz. You can't blitz, not get home in 3+ seconds and expect your DBs to win for you. It's just my opinion. Carr just drops back in the pocket, waits for pretty much as long as he feels like, and man, does he rip it. I am going to have to hold back my inner Carr apologist, but like, he just puts that ball on a line too. One more. No, wait, we could look at it from the other angle. Because I guess one thing I want to point out, people talk about arms, right? But like, Carr, look at this. Look at this. Carr is going to put no crow hop into a fastball that is just on a flat line. Oh, man. Okay. I love sweet throwing talent. I love sweet throwing talent when it's used well. Carr takes no lead step. He barely drives his foot at all, right? Just cannon shot that Chris Olave fishes out. They did, Ben. Like, those little extra shifts bought him just that little bit more time as he's waiting. He's even confirming, like he's seeing it, throwing it away from the body. But stuff like that, I mean, here's the crazy part. I get that Carr is toolsy. Because that's the thing, Donald. That's the thing. Whenever I talk about Carr, yeah, Jacob, it happens, unfortunately. But so whenever I talk about Carr, Donald, I'm not trying to make the argument that Carr is a top half quarterback. Not at this point. What I'm trying to point out is how toolsy the requisite quarterbacks of the NFL are. You mentioned, Donald, I'm going to use your words, that Carr is near backup level. Let's stick with that. Let's stick with that because I want to ride off of that. It takes being Gardner Minshew. Like, it takes being, I don't know, Nick Foles. Like, I tend to agree with you, Jordan. That's where I sit, but I'm also very veteran friendly when it comes to, I guess, the way I see things. The main thing I'm looking at with somebody in the NFL is that when people look at Tyson Bagent and they say, this kid's a starter, it's like, let's talk about what starter means, because this guy in New Orleans is a requisite starter. What can our guy do that Derek Carr can't do or won't do? And That question doesn't have a bunch of friendly answers, which is fine. It's just the main reason that when it comes to Bagent being a starter, there's stuff on the table. Because I'm with you. The goal is to win a Super Bowl. The goal is to have, oh my gosh. Okay, we don't literally no look this, but car fakes poor Jack out really hard. So like Jack's been trying to get better at not over pursuing on play action. And look at Jack robot right here. So he's roboting. He's working his way back to his spot. And then when Jack turns around to check on Carr keeps running while staring at him. Direct eye contact, I imagine. Right? Staring at him. Draws him away. Throws back across his body with what looks like he's still staring at him. Quarterback is hard. Making plays is tough. Playing defense is hard. Because when you got a playmaker across from you, they'll get you. Oh, man. And it's so simple, too. Yes, Eddie. You know I had to make a comment. Because, man, you get to this freeze frame right here and you think, oh, he gone. Kamara gone. Way to stick with it. Andrew Billings is going to war. Oh, he gets benched really bad. Oh, it's by Yannick. Oh, that sucks. 2nd and 10. Oh, yes. So it's always fun when the Bears are on offense to play, let's guess what coverage this is. It gets less fun when it's Chicago. Here, they're going to show you cover 2, then they're going to bring it down into cover 3 by the looks of it, with Kyler kicking out this way. Kyler sees the running back, drives upfield. Nice hit. Good stop. On him. Boom. 3rd and 8. Looks like the Bears are in man. They are. And Eddie just gets lost. Looks to me like Eddie's thinking Kamara's going to go outside on this because it looks like they're in just straight man coverage. But Eddie jumps the outside route and he's in tons of traffic, but he can't get his hands on Kamara, so he basically just guesses. Ends up way wide. Honestly, Donald, the Bears' alignment and what the Saints were doing just put everybody in conflict. This is incredibly difficult because Kamara will very often run option routes. In fact, this probably is an option route. This is an option route. And guess where I bet, Donald, Kamara's option routes mostly go. Pop, 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 out. So on this route, Kamara's just trying to make Eddie wrong. And then he is. It's a good route by Alvin. I mean, I'm not trying to immediately call out what you were talking about or respond to what you were talking about not paying running backs, because I tend to agree with you. But this, when you pay a pass catching running back, those are the plays you want him to make. He made it. Sucks he makes it against sucks he makes it against one of the best cover guys on your team. But if he couldn't make it against one of the best cover guys of your team, why are you paying him anyways? Ooh, here's that long arm everybody's talking about. If you haven't seen it, Montez Sweat getting in on his guy. Boom. In. Big long arm. Sheesh. Let's get a better look at that. Here's your $24.5 million man. Not only that, Ben, but gosh, am I freaking out too much to then talk about how Carr throws with no base whatsoever, just a jump pass, and it's exactly where it has to be? Like, we talked about the danger of making your guys slow down too much. But again, in the world of NFL quarterback is hard. Like, Carr has to wiggle to his right a little bit. And to your point, man, oh man, Ben, you are nailing this. Because if Carr's original drop spot is right here, so let's keep that in mind. It's this spot on the field. That's where it was. He just moved to here. Little bitty movement. Maybe a yard, right? But it's the only reason the pass is getting off, isn't it? Like, little bitty pocket movements are everything in the NFL. There's a chance that if Fields is running the same play, and this is assuming that Fields is going to throw the ball to Alvin Kamara, if he was in a Saints uniform here, that Fields gets hit, and we're talking about how bad the offensive line is, right? Just because little bitty movements are how you keep these things alive, and you just got to do them in the NFL. Foster, it's a tough call when this one's holding because Walker gets through him pretty clean, and the defender lets him go. That's why he's a starter. This tackle grabbing Montez Sweat's arm is pretty hilarious. Man, quarterback is so hard. Quarterback is so hard. He does make movements. That's totally possible. Because I'm never trying to take things away from Fields, but what started to scare me is that in the NFL that's playing all this too high, Ben, it sure starts to feel sometimes like longer plays beyond 3.5 seconds. So you remember, Ben, that like 3-4 years ago there was this thesis, maybe you do, that the longer a play extended, the better it was for the offense. It feels like that flipped recently, where the longer a play runs, the more the defense tends to get out of it. Not always, but it used to be that was your recipe to a jailbreak downfield. Now, it's generally a recipe towards match coverage locking guys up, in my experience. If you're excited about Gervin Dexter, this play is everything you're looking for. Still would rather see him at one technique, to be honest with you. My thoughts on the guy haven't really changed, but at least we get some nice moments where in a massive cloud of bodies, most of which are getting moved, Gervin's the one who doesn't move. Donald, the Saints offense sure helped him out. That's my issue. As all of the different like mistakes rolled in the second half, I am blown away that the Saints didn't score more often. Blown away. Here's another sick Sanborn play featuring Jalen Johnson, by the way. So it looks like the Bears are running some kind of blitz on this play, where then you're going to have Eddie probably manning him up. Let's see. Yeah, my guess is that it's as simple as Eddie, Jack, Jalen in man coverage, man blitz with Kyler Gordon right there. And kudos to Jack. Man, he just gets downhill and makes a big hit. Yeah, so do I, Jordan, but that's life, right? Kudos to Jalen Johnson. We get him in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful front forward lean. Like, that is breaking position. And then he gets one step and shoots through this wide receiver. Captures the edge. Because Sanborn doesn't get there if Jalen doesn't win his edge. But he does. So Sanborn makes a huge hit, and there's no gain on the play. But 33 is not going to get any credit for that because that's just life. That's some of the better run defense you'll see from Jalen Johnson. He's not normally a vicious run defender. He could be, but he isn't normally. I think it's a shoulder thing. Like, I tend to think that Jalen Johnson is always managing shoulder pain, but maybe his shoulders finally feel better. I hope they do. Bears are going to go with the muggiest mug front. This is one of my favorite plays from the Bears defense because everybody's open. Unfortunately. It's a little bit of a stretch, but only a little. Let's start with Tyreek Stevenson, who just gets big beat. Big beat. Probably worst rep of the year, to be honest with you. Slapped aside. 13 just flicks around. He's wide open. Wide open. And if Tyreek Stevenson hadn't gotten beat so badly, Eddie had no leverage to stop 22, whose only hope is 37 getting over, and 37 isn't over. I don't think 37 could have stopped pretty much anything on this play, to be honest. And then Gordon has to play from an impossible depth. There's just no way. No way. Like, you can't stop nearly anything from this kind of depth without any physicality. A bigger player is just going to hit you with something exactly like that. And there you go. No, Jordan, it's ugly. Like, this is just a bunch of minor West Coast ideas and a couple of follow me's and some spacing routes. All run stag. All of them. Oh, 100%, Donald. He's just anticipating it. But even so, you guess the pitch, you guess wrong, you get beat, you give up a big play, you're going to get it called out. On third down, we can't be getting beat like that. But he's a rookie. Like, process, Donald, totally there for it. The results are bad. That's all. Okay, Gervin. Hey, I'm not looking to oversell anything. But there's that right arm just being strong. First and 5, Carcelli's. They're not in. Second down. Here's Andrew Billings making a play. Watch number 97. Pens the backfield and scoops up the tackle. Here we go. AC, that makes sense. And that's exactly what happened. Honestly, it's exactly like the Devontae drop. 3rd and 1. Boom. The worst part is, this is the beater. Like, they call a cover 2 beater that's just going to have 83 ride up and somebody get into the flat. Who's there to stop or to save Tyreek Stevenson's flat route? It should be TJ Edwards, but he's not really supposed to be there because the Bears are just in cover 2. So technically, it's just a zone overload because Tyreek Stevenson is supposed to pass this to 37, but it's played so close to the line that the passing takes time. Has to make an athletic cut. Taysom Hill will not be stopped. There you go. Yeah, Case, you bet. The Bears defense is just, it's not created. It doesn't create chaos, right? And maybe your goal isn't necessarily to create chaos the way that you look at it. But the problem, Donald, is you had a bad offense play a bad I'm going to just play this as B-roll. You had a bad offense play a bad defense, like schematically, which pretty much just left guys mano a mano all game. And it's just, I don't know. I think it's frustrating. Case, I'm sorry you only get 4 hours of sleep, but good morning. But so it's it's a bummer, Donald. Like, it's interesting eval tape because certainly the Bears defense isn't making anybody look better than they are, right? Like, we're not getting any mirage players, but at the same time, guys are asked to play outsized roles all the time. Nothing's disguised properly. Their blitzes are very clear. Like, and then when they finally do disguise something, it's working, but the Saints offense, for instance, isn't really putting anybody in conflict. Like, look at this. Look at this. Here's a good little example. The Saints run 4 routes, like post, out, check down, like a angle check down thing. Kamara doesn't look particularly interested. This is probably the openest it's going to get against, what is that, Jalen Jones? No, it's Jalen Johnson. And he runs a good route. Thomas, 13. Now we're not going to throw it to him, which is fine. But it's more to say, Donald, that you look at these 5 routes and they're not challenging any of the zone rules, right? Like, if the Saints know what's coming, this is kind of just playing into the Bears' hands. And the Bears get a stop partially because of it. Like, from an offensive play design perspective, that's not great. We want more guys in one area so that we can force the Bears defense to communicate and not let them all very clearly understand what their role is. You know what I'm saying? And I'll take it. I'll take it as a Bears fan. But it's a bummer watching this offense and realizing, oh, wow, it could get harder than this. But with it being relatively late, it's 12:20. Well, we pretty much always go to 1 a.m. anyways. So I guess, Jordan, I'll indulge you and also indulge myself. Because if you haven't been following the Will Levis craze, you're just not following football. Will Levis may not be your guy. That's okay. But I always think it's interesting to take a look at rookie quarterbacks and see the difference in how this rookie is playing compared to Bagent or compared to Fields. Maybe. Here you got Will Levis. Looks like he's operating on the line of scrimmage. I have not watched any of this. We're going to get Henry down the middle. Mayo Man kind of whooping. And then is Skoronski the left guard on this? 77? We'll find the sweat chase down play. Do you know where it is? Let's see, what is this? Double stick. Works inside. Quick little flick. Put him in Canton. Send him to the Hall of Fame. They pick up a first down on that? Nice. Oh, I mean, Jordan. I watched it come off his hand at, so Jordan says, watch the ball come off his hand, though. Jordan, I watched him come off his hand at Kentucky. None of this is surprising. He's got a wrist rocket. And he can chuck the ball deep on command. Oh. Sweat looks like an improvement to me, Case. Absolutely. Like, at least what I thought. Sweat's awesome. I like Sweat. It's important we know what he is and what he isn't, because he's not a one-man defensive line and a savior. But come on, man, what, AC? Just curious. But so I really appreciate everything that he is. I'm excited to see him continue to grow. He looked like he only got 45, 50% of snaps on the defense, which is interesting, if nothing else. I wonder why the Bears seemed like they downgraded him from about 60% ish, 70%, something like that. Chase Young played a ton of snaps. Ton of snaps. Sweat only played about 70% on most weeks. Action. Probably want to hit that, but decent pocket movement. Ball bounces. We can't watch Levis, AC? It's not about drinking some Kool-Aid down as much as anything else. It's just about watching more ball. I got curious. I'll speed through and finish the drive. And then we'll go back to some Bears tape. He sure can, Joseph. Looks like he's still figuring out placement. Just a little. He's playing fast. 4th and 1, are they going? Okay. A false wildcat? Oh, yeah. No, we'll go back, AC. I completely get what you're saying. More than anything, I don't take enough time to watch other offenses, and so I really can get too used to watching just one offense. This is a sweet move. Is it Tajay? Man, does he draw a foul too? Oh, man. They're grinding. Offense in air quotes is right. We're going to roll out. Oh, it's the throwback screen. This thing seems like it's making its way all across the NFL. At least everybody seems to like it a lot. Cover 3. More Wildcat for Henry. It's just not something I think I ever expected Henry to do. 3rd and 8. Can we get it? Or are we taking a field goal? Flag immediately. Yeah, you're probably hoping for close or something closer to a bullet. Something got him a 1st down. Poor Malik Willis is right. Oh, this is a throwback. Defenses have been spry to wide receiver throwbacks lately. You got to give defenses credit because they are always watching. It does feel that way, doesn't it, Joseph? Where'd this ball go? Oh, it's a screen? Young dude's just letting it fly. Signals something. We're going trip set. What just happened? Whose helmet popped off? TJ's. Of course. I know. I know. We don't sleep. We weep. Let's see. Wonder where the sweat chase down is, because I can't honestly remember. We get beat on a screen. They honestly just have the dudes. Sanborn works it, but it just takes somebody to get out there. Sure feels that way, right, Case? And then this is the end of the half. Car checking down. Something at the end. All right, here we go. First drive of the 3rd. Everybody does a really good job here. Like, it's not as if the Saints do anything that challenging in the wide world of things, but everybody sticks it pretty well. Especially, who is this? I thought Jalen Jones in particular does a great job of gaining depth, which you want to see from these cover two corners. Like depth, 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 depth. Cut that throw off. Eddie Jackson gets over the middle. Now, I'm almost surprised Carr doesn't just throw this ball, because depth is one thing, but as soon as this safety tries to nail this over route, holy smokes, it's a touchdown. Can you guys imagine Bears Twitter if Derek Carr had just casually rolled to his left and flicked a touchdown like freely down the field? People would have lost their minds. We have to, Donald. It's all you got. It's all you got. I love watching Andrew Billings play football. Second down. Just mugs his dude, number 74. Run for minimal gain, and don't we love it? I'd say Sanborn does a good job here, but I think Carr just whiffs the throw, and Olave doesn't catch it. You'd sure hope you do. But again, if you're the Bears, you'll take these. Oh. Or is this Billings and Sweat? Is this exactly what I want to see? Oh, yeah, Andrew. Look at my guy, number 97 here. Boom. Rip back. Yes. Yes. This is a nose tackle, for crying out loud. These are some movements. I had a feeling, Reinhardt. I was like, I don't think he means Sweat and Andrew Billings. No, it's not, Brandon. Not there. All right, Jalen. Great job driving down. Look at this. I mean, it's just cover two. But he starts fading backwards. Oh. Good job playing nice to the quarterback, too. Like, check this out. Okay, so Jalen Johnson's watching Derek Carr. And he sees him going through his reads. And with his head pointed downhill, he's thinking he needs to midpoint a potential corner route right here. But then, as Carr moves his feet and starts to get to the check down, he knows what's coming, gets his foot planted, drives downhill immediately, and cuts downhill. That's nice. Reinhardt, I think he just means right now about Goldman. Goldman was serviceable in this time, but he faded. I actually think Andrew Billings opted out of the 2020 season too, Donald, for what it's worth. But you may mean like after. I still think nobody gives Eddie Goldman enough credit for how many concussions he got. Like that was tough stuff. Tough stuff. Here's Montez Sweat getting a hand on Derek Carr. Nice to see the pass rusher you paid doing something. Boom. Honestly, you get a couple more of those plays, you may just create a fumble. Like, hand on the elbow is always a good thing. Go deep. Go deep. Nobody's going deep. In any way, Case. And Reinhardt, we will take it. We will take Billings breaking out in year 7 in Chicago for some reason. Feels like a UDFA signing, kind of just lucky moment. And I am here for it. Pop. No, none of the DBs are there. Nobody sees it. Nobody sees it. Right, Case. Something. At least let him know you're there and you're coming. It's not a sweat chase down, but it's a Jalen Johnson chase down. Nice job, Jage. Man, look at this. Look at this. Run D. Yeah, baby. It would be nicer if our 3-tech didn't allow the guy to get straight to Jack Sanborn, but that's how it goes. Man, no getting through him. 2nd and 10. Ooh. Jalen Jones was about to kill this man. Sorry. He was about to hit this man very hard. Reinhardt, honestly, maybe Jalen means it. When Jalen, because you mentioned how he's like how you're surprised that Jalen Johnson isn't making business decisions, but Jalen says he's focused on making All Pro. Maybe he means it. Hopefully he does. Heck yeah. Unique. Unique Ngakwe creating some pressure, baby. Big fan. Maybe Donald. Or maybe you can be, I don't know, some Brandon Staley D. What D coordinator do you want? That's the question. Rally tackle, come on. Yeah. Look at this from Sandy. Yes. Sanborn's ability, to me, where Sanborn really shines, in my opinion, is that he will make some of these ridiculous shoestring tackles look really normal. Sanborn, is one of those guys that makes you say tackling is absolutely a skill because I think it's probably because he's got these huge oven mitt hands, among other things. At least it feels like his hands are massive. Could be the gloves. But he has a knack for these, huge ankle tackles. Huge. Nailed Hurts on a couple of them last year. Had some huge tackles in this game where, you get one shot at it, but he lays all the way out and consistently gets the guy. It's something to be praised, that's for sure. Was this a failed screen or did they just get owned? I think they just got owned. I would pay Brian Flores a lot of money to make a lateral move for Chicago, but yeah, I doubt that he's going to do it either. We take them, Michael. We take them. Man, TJ Edwards. He's starting to be that guy who's just there. Nice instincts. Doesn't get the ball out, does he? No. Really is, Reinhardt. Blood from stone, man. Some coaches can. It's a bunch of just good ideas put into play. And they are a volatile and chaotic mix. And that's awesome for defense. Don't we love cover 2? Yes. Cover 2, baby. Am I chasing you off, Reinhardt, or is it just too late? I'm looking for this sweat tackle. This is it. Yeah. Looks even better on the All-22, honestly. Just runs the dude down. I appreciate that he didn't want to just get paid and call it. Yeah, it's effort. That's awesome. Nothing wrong with that, Reinhardt. You gotta get your body prepped for the big Bears Dubski on Thursday night. Just get set. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Last look at it. Here goes Sweat. Meow. Awesome. I am going to call it there. I'm exhausted. 71 of you football sickos are still up with me, and I am right there. I'm right here for that. Thank you, crazy people, for all of your support. Like the stream if you haven't already. Get some sleep. I will get the Bear With Us episode out sometime later tomorrow. For now, I'm just going to stand this up, post it, and get some rest. So I will talk to you guys then. Get set. Big game coming up on Thursday. And bear down. And until next time, thank you so much for bearing with me.